Hello, 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 and welcome to Alexis Room, where we are not lawyers, we are not medical professionals, we are not law enforcement. We are just people who have opinions about all things going on in the true crime community and want to understand how our law works a little bit better. So maybe we can make, I don't know, the existence on this earth a little bit easier to navigate through and maybe even make a better place. That's my hope, at least with this content on my channel. So, if that sounds like something you dig too, don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss another video from me. And hit the like button or drop a comment, whatever you want to do. Okay, so what are we talking about today? We're talking about, of course, the Karen Reed trial, because what the heck is going on in the Karen Reed trial? The prosecution rested their case, which I don't think any of us can believe, but here we are. The judge said a couple of weeks ago she wants to have the jury in deliberation by the end of the month. And it looks like by the end of the week, we're going to have a verdict. I don't think it's going to take very long for the jury to come back with a verdict. I think, if anything, if closing arguments happen on Tuesday, we could have a verdict in by later Tuesday night, heck, maybe even Wednesday morning. And then by the end of the week, Karen Reed will be a free woman, which is awesome. So we're going to be talking about that. So the defense started their case. They actually had gone through three of their witnesses, one including Loughran, who is the snowplow driver. Then we get into Dr. Maria Russell, and you might remember her from my voir dire day video, which I posted the other day. And that was pretty much just the Commonwealth's last hope, last final attempt at grasping at whatever straws they could possibly grasp onto to block these experts from taking the stand. And the judge pretty much said, yes, they can all testify, but she had the biggest issue with Dr. Marie Russell, who we're going to hear from today. She's essentially the dog bite expert. No air quotes there. She is the dog bite expert, the dog bite whisperer. And she has just essentially limited her testimony to be just speaking about the dog bite or the injuries that John O'Keefe sustained that could be potentially, which most likely are, dog bites or canine bites. She's going to be talking about that. She can't talk about anything related to car crashes or any potential injuries that could have been caused from a car accident, even though she has years of experience working in trauma centers. So she would have been a great person to cross on that, but not cross, excuse me, a person to speak on behalf of that and give an opinion, but that's not what she's there for, and that's fine because we have the two guys from ARCA testifying probably tomorrow. So that'll be interesting. And then like I said, I think closing arguments on Tuesday, and then juries in deliberation, and we have a verdict before the end of the week, before the weekend hits. So yeah, let's just dive in. So this first clip is going to actually pick up from where we somewhat sort of left off with in my last video, where we speak to where we hear from State Trooper Garino, who is the cell phone data expert, going through John O'Keefe's and Karen Reed's phone after Michael Proctor had already started going through Karen Reed's phone. I think he also went through Jen McCabe's phone as well too. So they were talking a little bit about Jen McCabe's Google searches, etc. I know we had a lot of that covered by the Celebrate data expert, but this was the guy who actually worked within the state's office. So he's going to be talking about that. He also talked a little bit about in my last video, the GPS data or lack thereof data that he could pull from Karen Reed's car. So again, there's absolutely nothing that, I can't even say up until this point, because the prosecution has rested their case. There has been nothing, no significant evidence that I could see, or any evidence tying not only Karen Reed to the murder of John O'Keefe, but John O'Keefe being struck by her vehicle, let alone any vehicle. That for me was the biggest thing. We're going to hear from the medical examiner as well too. So those will be the first two that we start off with. Then we'll get into the defense witnesses, which again includes the snowplow driver, Loughran, Dr. Marie Russell, the dog bite expert, and then their cell phone data expert, Richard Green, who you had heard in previous testimony by Nick Areno, as well as the Celebrate expert, Ian Whiffen. So, all right, we're all caught up to date. Let's dive in. This first clip is actually from LawyerYouKnow, Peter Tragos. He's an attorney who has a lot of really great content in terms of trial coverage. He usually takes more of like a unbiased kind of lens when he's going into covering a lot of these trials. So he doesn't do like any extensive research, kind of like Emily D. Baker. Definitely recommend checking out both those channels. They put out a lot of really good content, and they usually remove a lot of the fluff too. They just get to the core of things, which is what we're trying to do today in this video. So this is going to be the clip. And it's mainly one, because I like Peter's perspective on things, but also two, I couldn't like narrow down where the voicemail started to get played in the court TV live stream, which is like 6 hours long. So we're gonna just play Peter's clip from LawyerYouKnow, and we'll just dive in from there and start banging some of this stuff out.
To John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at is
this is good too, guys.
First,
this is really good. So Karen Reed's phone automatically connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi network at 12:36 a.m. So then how is it humanly possible that she struck him? Like, there's no timeline. This is exactly when John O'Keefe was hit. This is where he was hit, because again, going back to Trooper Paul's clown show of a testimony, where he was talking about the potential area of impact and all of that. There's no sense of where he was potentially struck by Karen Reed's car. There's no GPS data. And now we just, if anything, we have this cell phone data proof that she connected to John O'Keefe, unless somebody else had her phone, which who the heck would have had her phone other than Karen Reed at 12:36 a.m. So how is it getting connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi if she's not physically there? So again, like why? Right here and there, when the defense was arguing with the judge, making their argument as to whether or not this case was going to continue, that should have been the point. Like, hey, cool, awesome, jurors, go home. Sorry, we wasted your time in being here. Enjoy your summer. Get back to your plans. Get back to your job. I know you guys have lives that you want to live. Why are we still doing this? Why the heck are we still doing this?
Is when Karen Reed's cell phone connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house.
This is
your review of the defendant's phone. Before we get to those, from your review of the defendant's phone, what, if anything, were you able to observe or ascertain that the defendant's phone did at approximately 12:36 a.m.?
So by looking at the timeline in the phone, we're able to see that Ms. Reed's phone auto-connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house at 12:36 a.m.
So auto-connected, and I'll just say, not a cell phone expert, but I have an iPhone, and it happens to auto-connect at certain spots. That just means when you've linked to it before, and you have it as auto join where you live or maybe where you stay a lot, you show up there, it auto joins. At my office, at my house, at my parents' house, it auto joins. So hers auto joined at 12:36. I'm going to let him finish his thought, and then we're going to jump to another video for a second.
We know this because it's a password protected access to the phone. So you would have to know the password to get into this Wi-Fi network.
And that would be the home in One Meadows Avenue, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish each of the 8 voicemails to the jury.
Like, how does that at all help the prosecution's case? Like, you just so then when did she possibly hit John O'Keefe with her car? That's all the jury wants to know. When? And show me the evidence that proves he was struck with a vehicle. You've rested your case, and there's nothing. There's no dots connected. It's just 8 weeks of our lives, of the jury's lives, and of this woman who's been wrongfully accused, who has to spend probably probably more than that, probably millions of dollars, at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. And not only attorney fees, but also for the experts and making sure their hotel's covered and their food and all that. Like, why are we talking about this?
So before we publish the voicemails,
What if I told you that you can use motion
Dumb
array to improve
commercial.
your
Sorry, guys.
I am going to bring another video up on the screen real quick.
So this is
Just in case
interesting.
anybody's forgotten. I had to go remind myself of this because this is what I thought. This is the prosecutor's opening statement about their timeline. Okay? We just heard, according to the data, and this is a point, the Commonwealth is not saying this is wrong or don't believe what the cell phone report puts out. There's more of that coming later, which I just think logic would tell you that's going to be hard for a jury to do when you present a document that says deleted or says a search is at this time. I think they've put up some pretty compelling evidence for some of it, but others, it's like, man, how
That's
much
where
are you
I
telling me? Are you
disagree,
showing
but-
me a picture and say, don't believe the picture shows what it says? So here's the Commonwealth's opening statement.
The vehicle up based on its known locations and travel. He cycles essentially opines, anticipate he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle traveled over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour.
He said 12:45, guys. 12:45. Karen Reed's vehicle is in front of 34 Fairview, but she auto joins John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi network at 12:36. He doesn't live next door to Brian Albert. He lives on a completely different part. In fact, I'd be curious to see where his address is compared to and how far Karen Reed actually had to drive to get to John O'Keefe's house. I'm gonna actually look that up. Okay, so I don't want to lose this timestamp. This is 8:57. Just want to pull this up really quick. Okay, so this is Google Maps where Meadows Ave is. 34 Fairview. So this is Brian Albert's home, right? How is her? I mean, like, again, just speaking logistically, like, it's not like he's right next door where he could be. He lives next door and she could potentially link to his Wi-Fi network. Like, they're, neighbors. Because sometimes I get, living in an apartment complex, I like my neighbors' Wi-Fi networks, and obviously they're password protected. I can't just auto join them, but I'll see them coming up. So it's not like he's that close where she could have potentially auto connected to his address without physically being there. So how at 12:45 a.m. and the Commonwealth wants to think that the jury is dumb, like they're not paying attention, that if they run the clock out long enough, that little slip ups, little things like this are just going to like fall through the cracks. But the jury's smart. The jury's taking notes from I haven't been in the courtroom, but from what's been reported by journalists who have actually been in the courtroom. They've all reported, whether you lean on one side or the other, they've all reported the jury is paying attention, the jury is taking notes. So they're not going to miss something like this, like Lally saying in opening statements, especially when the case is like just starting and everybody's probably like pen crazy, right? Writing stuff down. That at 12:45, he's saying Karen Reed's at 34 Fairview. But then how at 12:36 a.m., so what is that? Less than 10 minutes. 9 minutes later, earlier, she's at John O'Keefe's, which is like around here. That's a 6-minute drive. It's a 6-minute drive. Let me see if I can get like his actual like One Meadows. Yeah, 6-minute drive to One Meadows Ave. There's no way she would have accidentally connected to his. He's on the other side of town. So let's go back to what the clip from opening statements has got us
on its known locations and travel. He cycles essentially opines, anticipate he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle traveled over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour.
like what?
Now, you'll hear testimony.
So how is it physically possible
Opine that around 12:45 in the morning, when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle traveled over 60 feet
Not
in reverse at
possible.
over approximately 24.2 miles per hour.
Which if you guys didn't see it, I'll link that also in the description below too. Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy, I've mentioned his name a number of times. He's a journalist who's been covering this case pretty much since day one, very extensively. Really, really great coverage. Highly recommend you check him out. His YouTube channel, he also has a blog where he posts pretty much daily updates as well too, with what's going on with not only this case but other cases as well too, where justice does need to be served. And he posted a recreation video of him somewhat, again, recreating, not to the full. He's not a reconstruction specialist. That's up to you, Lally, and figuring out who you're going to call who can actually do that and demonstrate what happened to John O'Keefe. Is this possible that he was struck with a vehicle by Karen Reed's vehicle, or any vehicle, going 24 miles an hour in reverse for over 60 feet? Nothing Trooper Paul had testified, proved that. Anyways, I digress. I'll link that video, but Turtle Boy pretty much just went through going in reverse, going 24. Well, he didn't feel comfortable reaching up to 24 miles an hour because that's really fast to be going in reverse. That's like a Fast and Furious kind of like stunt move. I think he got up to like something like 19 or 17 miles an hour, and he was like, that felt really freaking fast. And people don't realize too is that 34 Fairview is on a curve. It's not straight. And I have another video clip too when we get up to Lucky Loughran's testimony. The snowplow driver, showing from Microdots, another YouTube channel. Highly recommend checking out as well too. They've been covering this case extensively as well, where they created an animated version of this video of Lucky going down 34 Fairview of his snow route, and whether or not he'd be able to physically see John O'Keefe in his line of sight. And you see the curve in the road too. So again, just keep that in mind. Like, just how ridiculous is that? And I'm not going to harp on it too much more, because I already did in my past videos. But yeah, tell me, does that make sense, guys? No, right?
Now, you'll hear testimony.
So how is it physically possible that Karen Reed was driving her car in front of 34 Fairview, reversing 60 feet at 24 miles an hour at 12:45 in the morning? And I listened closely to the rest of Guarino's direct. I listened really closely because I was trying to figure out, are they going to fix this somehow? Are they going to explain how the timing could be off a little bit? 10 minutes here, 8 minutes there, whatever. We've heard a lot of stuff like that. Why in the world would they just produce a timeline that doesn't match up? One expert says 12:45, the key cycles, the data from the car shows right in front of the house, boom.
That was Trooper Paul.
The
with
cell
key
phone guy
cycles and all
says
that nonsense.
12:36, she's at John O'Keefe's house. This is what I mean when I say the state is not proving this case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Mic drop. Seriously, though. Seriously. Like, and I don't want to go back to, again, like the okay. Like, she auto-joined. They had this information. They knew she auto-joined John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi network at 12:36 a.m. So, again, unless somebody else is in possession of her phone. But then who? Who would have possession of her phone? at 12:36 a.m. It makes no sense. And then you look at the timeline too of her leaving all these voicemails, and that doesn't seem to make sense with their timeline. So are they just making up a timeline at this point? Yes. Why? Because they don't actually know anything. They can't tell us where John O'Keefe was hit, where the area of or alleged area of impact was. We can't get a straight answer about that. You can't get a straight answer about his injuries, as we're going to find out too from the medical examiner. We can't get a straight answer about whether or not John O'Keefe was not in the house or wasn't in the house. We can't get a straight answer about anything from any of the experts that they have called. Even them going through the whole stuff with like the text thread with Garino reading those out loud between Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, that just made everybody cringe as much as the Higgins text thread that we spent like a full day of court on. What can you tell us? What can you tell us? How did those pieces of taillight too? And I know this is not that witness, but you guys get my drift. Is like if you can't tell us one thing, you can't tell, like, how do you expect us to put the pieces together when you're setting up this narrative in the beginning of everything? You're saying around 12:45. Okay. Well, around 12:45 to me sounds like it could be 12:40, it could be 12:50. Give or take, like Peter said, 5 or 10 minutes or so. Okay. But then why is Karen Reed connecting to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi network at 12:36? Why? Are you going to convince us that it's just, is it another coincidence? You know, you get to a point, and I got to this point, especially with Proctor's testimony. I was already kind of convinced before then, but with Proctor's testimony, that just set me over a whole new edge of rage. But it's like you can't have so many coincidences where it doesn't smell fishy. It doesn't smell like cover up. It does. I'm sorry, it does. And if you expect the jury to be dumb, like it's actually offensive that the Commonwealth assumes the jury is dumb and that they're not paying attention. You know, us online, we're just, we're trying to piecemeal all these different things together. The jury is there in the courtroom hearing the testimony. They have all the evidence that they're going to get to deliberate on right in front of them. But they don't get the opportunity that we do to go back to a clip or go back to this thing. Yeah, they can replay voicemails. They can go through the paperwork. They can go to the written reports or lack thereof, right? What actually was recorded, right? They don't get the luxury of rewinding and pulling up Lally's opening statements. They don't get to do that. But from what I've heard, because I have not been in the courtroom, so I can't give my opinion of what I've seen, what I haven't seen. I can't say that. From what I've heard reporters say, and both reporters, journalists from both sides of the fence, both camps, they've all said the jury is paying close attention, taking notes. So it is offensive that you would throw out a bogus timeline like that when you well know there's concrete evidence proving Karen Reed was not physically, unless you can prove otherwise, right? But where's the ring camera footage, right? Where's the missing ring camera footage? So you cannot tell me that the jury is really going to just, oh yeah, that's just going to slip through the cracks. They're not going to remember that. Even if one person wrote that information down, that time, especially when it comes to timeline, they're paying attention. That's offensive. That is offensive.
Their own timeline is inconsistent. Their evidence does not match up. So when a defense attorney has a jury instruction that says you can find reasonable doubt in conflicts in the state's own evidence, the cover-up. So when a defense attorney has a jury instruction that says you can find reasonable doubt in conflicts in the state's own evidence, you talk about these two experts. The data, forget about the cover-up, forget about the conflicts of interest, forget about credibility of witnesses. Even if you give the state the benefit of the doubt, they did not prove this happened the way they said it happened.
Nope.
I just don't get it. I honestly don't get it.
And that's what I'm saying too, is like, why are we still here then? Like, why, like, wouldn't this give the judge enough grounds? I mean, we know why Bev said no. We know why. But again, it's like, why waste another week of these jurors' lives? And Karen Reed, poor Karen Reed, all the money she spent on this, and this is all you got? Are you kidding me?
But we are going to listen to these voicemails now, and I want to know from you guys how damning you think they are. I am going to slow down the video a little bit so we can try to hear what she says. Some of them are hard for me to even make out what she's saying. And let's also remember, while they're not listening to it on 1.25 speed, the jury's listening to it one time at this point. So how effective is this type of evidence the first time you hear it?
And this is just further to prove
Are we going to hear which
motive.
time each one is?
Yes.
This is just this is just to further prove motive, like along with those nothing burger text messages between her and John O'Keefe. Just pretty much showing the growing pains of being in a relationship, and maybe two people again who maybe they aren't supposed to be together. Maybe they just want different things in life, or maybe it's just not the right time for them. And that if anything, that was the most I got out of it. And it's just like, what is the point of this? You don't have to prove motive, but it's like they have to, because they don't have the data or the evidence to back it up. So they're really just pulling for anything they can pull from, any string.
Just for point of reference, the earliest of the voicemails is the last in the list, and the most recent is at the top of the list. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as this first voicemail, what time did this occur?
12:37 a.m.
So this voicemail is 12:37 a.m. The first one that they're going to play.
With the court's permission, if I could play that for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could have these.
John, I effing hate you. Okay, that's 12:36.
12:37. 12:37 that one was. So she connects to his Wi-Fi network at 12:36. So I imagine she is just getting into the house. Maybe she even just pulled up, and she's pissed. So how does that make sense? But she hit him at 12:45 or around 12:45? If she just hit him, why is she calling and leaving a voicemail? Well, the other side is going to argue, well, it's just to make it seem like to cover her tracks. Doesn't that sound genuine to you guys? Let's not give Karen Reed that much credit here. She's not Meryl Streep. Like, that seems very genuine anger. Like, I'm pissed off. Where the frick are you? Get your butt home right now. I'm not only, and initially I thought she went back to her home because they don't live together. Her and John O'Keefe, they didn't live together. She went back to his house after dropping him off at 34 Fairview. I would love to know how they even got to be there. I mean, it seemed like they got loosely invited, or they were around when people were making plans to go to the Albert House. I don't know why John O'Keefe wanted to go there. I would love to know why he wanted to go hang out with these people. But doesn't that, again, timeline, forget the emotion, forget whether you think, again, like Peter said, whether you think it's a cover up or not a cover or whatever. Does that not make sense in terms of timeline? If you're telling us 12:45, her car was at 34 Fairview, she's not connecting to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi network. Make it make sense.
Got it.
Second message. Sorry, just coming through the pause right there, please. I apologize. I just wanted the siren to go by. And before Ms. Gilman presses play again, Trooper Garino, what time is the second message?
12:42.
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
I don't really know what that is outside of someone walking. Maybe you guys do. I don't know how the jury could gather anything from that.
I didn't either. And when they initially played it too, I thought like the sirens were part of the background of the voicemail. So like then I was like, oh no, they said 12:42 is the timeline. So first voicemail where she's like, John, I effing hate you. That's 12:37. 12:42. It sounds like it could. Somebody mentioned this in I think an Emily D. Baker live stream too of one of her day when she was covering this part of the testimony. It could be windshield wipers, which would make, I mean, that'd be interesting because again, you can, I feel like it is possible for her to have been in her car still when she made that first initial voicemail call. Because like in terms of her arriving at One Meadows, that's all we have. That's all we know. We don't have the ring camera footage as far as I know. That's part of that big break, right? That big gap between when she when she backed out and hit John O'Keefe's car and broke her taillight. So I guess that's the Commonwealth trying to argue she was in her car. And that could be, but like they didn't make that again, like where are the dots connecting? Like clarify that. Like what proof, what evidence do you have to support that? Otherwise it's like, why are we listening to this? And it could be, yeah, like maybe she left her phone in her pocket. She calls, she's walking in. I could also see she's walking into the house, although I feel like we would have heard like a door swing open, but who knows? Maybe she's getting inside his house. She's opening the door. That's what that is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really see the relevance of it.
Now, Trooper Garino, with reference to the third message, what time is that received?
12:59.
Yeah, Yobi, they're going to get to that later. So all these witnesses testified that after 12:36, they saw her there. I mean, that timeline doesn't work out in a million different ways. We know they left the waterfall like 12:11, 12:13, something like that. Some other people like the Alberts left at 12:14. It took 10-ish minutes or whatever to get to the Alberts house, 12:25. If she's already at John O'Keefe's house at 12:36, how is she not leaving at the same time as some of them are coming?
Because she didn't do it.
It
period.
all doesn't make sense. It all doesn't
She
make
didn't
sense.
do it.
Again, when I say received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone, is that correct?
That's the timestamp of the voicemail in his phone, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could, with reference to that
The
third.
12:59, I think he said.
John, I'm down to a fucking kid. And nobody knows what the fuck you want, fucking pervert.
Now,
So she said, John, I'm with your kids, or I'm here with your kids. And then she calls him an effing pervert. So that to me, just meal piecing things together, or piecemealing. God, even sometimes when I speak, it's like I'll turn around backwards. That's just her piecemealing. Like for me, piecemealing that she thinks that he's not home because he's cheating on her. So then my question is too, like, what was the point of her dropping off John O'Keefe at Brian Albert's house? Like, what did he like? Was it going to be because he was there to hang? Or was he there to like take care of something? Because there, again, I've said this a few times, there's a part of me that believes it could be possible that he went into the house with a purpose. He wasn't there to hang out like I initially thought. I thought he was going over there and she's like, "Nah, I don't want to hang out with these people because I get a bad vibe from them." So, but now, kind of like after hearing some of this stuff too, if she's with the timeline, if she's calling him like at this time and she's already like enraged, like, why the heck aren't you home? Then what happened? Like, what made him want to go to Brian Albert's house? It sounded like it was going to be a quick trip, in my opinion. If she's going to be that enraged, so then she's wondering, where the heck did you go after that? I dropped you off here. Why aren't you home now? Maybe he said, "Oh, I'm just going to go for 15, 20 minutes." Maybe he was going to hang 15, 20 minutes. I'm not going to be long. I'll take an Uber or whatever. We don't know. I mean, we won't know because Karen Reed likely is not going to testify. None of the evidence supported by the Commonwealth or lack thereof supports anything as to whether where John O'Keefe was, except for where he was found. That's the only thing we know. We don't know, again, area of impact. We don't know if he was inside, if he was outside. We don't know. I believe he was inside.
So what I gathered from that one is, I'm with your kids, you're a pervert, with some expletives. Something like that.
Fourth message, Stripper Moreno, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:02 a.m.
1:02
Just come in if you
a.m.
could when you're ready.
That was it.
So can we just turn the air conditioner off?
Like, what is
O'Keefe's
that?
phone.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning, I'm with your fucking niece and nephew, you fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
I'm with your niece and nephew, you effing pervert, you're an effing pervert.
That's
And
after
the
1 a.m.
sixth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
1:18 a.m.
Come in if you could.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit Amy. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. He's living next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
You're effing another girl, you're using.
I can't help but laugh though at like the Boston accent. It is so strong too. And I know like when I get into fights, because I'm from Long Island, so when me and my wife get into fights, which is very, very rare, but like where we're like actually yelling at each other and we say something like that, like it really does come out. So when I heard like "fuck yourself," like it's kind of funny, but not that any of this is a laughing matter, but it's little things like that that you gotta kind of chuckle at. But again, I mean, she's saying on the phone. I mean, yes, if you believe she's covering up for herself and she's trying to play it off like, oh yeah, I was here, like, and telling him, giving like specific location ideas. It doesn't matter, even if she didn't say I'm with your niece and nephew. Well, police have the data showing that you connected to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi network at 12:36. So clearly those phone calls, all of those voicemails were made at his home. Whether it was inside or sitting in your car, which I can't imagine why you would just be chilling in your car when it's snowing outside. You want to go inside, get warm, but it doesn't matter. You're still not physically in a different location. So again, like, if all of those voicemails are being made at One Meadows, how is she at 34 Fairview at 12:45 a.m. or any time around that? It's both, like, it's done. How is this helping your case, Lally? Come on now, bro.
Using me, the babysitter with benefits stuff kind of coming back around. And I mean, yeah, she's pissed. She's very clearly pissed. screaming at him, yelling at him,
Yeah.
all after she knowingly hit him and left him in the snow. I'm not sure what purpose that would serve.
The seventh message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
5:23 a.m.
Gentlemen, if you could. The last and eighth message, sir, what time was that received by Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
6:08 a.m.
Gentlemen, if you could. I'm going to give you a pause there for 1 second. I'm sorry. With respect to this message,
Yes, I did want to say this. If this language is motive to kill, what is the way Proctor speaks about Karen Reed?
Yeah.
Someone he doesn't even know, doesn't have a relationship with, hasn't put a lot of time and energy into, and to feel like he's not getting it back.
message received on Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 6:08 a.m. From your knowledge.
And that's a really good point too, because I actually didn't catch that the first time Peter said that. And sorry for the barking dog in the background. That's one of my neighbors. Okay, so like if we're gonna talk motive and we're gonna say, well, Karen Reed, and I saw somebody posted on like his super chat thing, like it just shows she's an insecure person. I mean, I don't think any rational person, like if you don't, I think it shows that she didn't have much trust in John O'Keefe as a boyfriend. I don't think she trusted him. I mean, we saw that from the Aruba testimony, right? With that one chick who testified, which is, again, pointless. But again, if they're gonna try and prove motive, because they have to prove second-degree murder, not just manslaughter. Second-degree murder. So on the one hand, you're going to say, this proves she had motive. Well, yeah, like Peter said, well, then wouldn't the text thread between Proctor and his buddies and him and Chico trying to pool all the evidence together and wrap a bow on it and make it all nice and send it to the medical examiner and give her everything. We gave her everything. This should have been open and shut case. Karen Reed bowed over John O'Keefe with her car in reverse. We gave her everything. Well, don't those text messages prove that he had a motive too? That was a really good point. And I'm glad I'm going to let this play a couple more minutes and then we'll jump to our next clip. But definitely go check out Peter's channel.
The investigation. Where was the defendant, who, if anyone, was with or around her at the time of this message at 6:08 a.m.?
Jen McCabe, Kerry Roberts. During the message, you can hear someone on the phone with 911.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if you could.
People are saying these messages are a reason they upgraded it to second degree. Like, that's wild to me. That is wild to me.
That is wild to me as well. I didn't know that. I didn't know that was the reason why. I think this is what she found John. Yeah.
All right. Instead of listening to the whole thing, it's kind of like that. You can't really perfectly hear what they're saying. And those are the messages. So you guys just go ahead and tell me. You can evaluate those as well.
That's it on the messages. We already heard the 911 call. We already heard Karen Reed's voicemail picking up, Jen McCabe making the 911 call inside the car while Karen Reed is frantically screaming outside. So we're not going to listen to that again. You guys can find those clips in other videos and other channels that are also doing coverage of this case. But yeah, like, what do you got? Like, do you think that helps the Commonwealth? Like, the more and more I listen to these, I'm like, no, especially with the timeline. Like, if again, what if anything, it just totally disproves your timeline not at all being possible. So again, like it It feels like all you're trying to do is attack her character and just say, yeah, she is a whack job. Like Proctor said, she's crazy. She's just a crazy girlfriend. You know the type. That's the vibe I get. That's that boys club vibe. So we're going to move on from this. And again, let me know what you guys think. That's the wrong one. And we're going to get into this. This was also like wild to me.
Doctor.
Did I not pull in a timeline? 1 second, guys. All right, guys, I got it. Let's just full screen this. We'll also bump this up. I just wanted you guys to hear because Peter already had his stuff sped up a little bit. And then I know for the voicemails, he took it back down to normal. But for this, we're going to speed it up. So this is pretty much, again, the defense trying to grasp at any straws, any straws. And pull a gotcha moment on Karen Reed doing a Google search for DUI attorneys, which she has a legal right to do. They're trying to introduce it into evidence as like, well, why would she be, as kind of like an admission of guilt, which is just complete nonsense considering Brian Higgins literally had his attorney standing right next to him in the middle of his testimony, brought his lawyer. Colin Albert, I think, also has a lawyer. I think somebody even said during a Turtle Boys live stream, I don't know if this is true or not, confirmed or not, but Calvin Albert was seen walking into a defense attorney's office. So why? I thought we had the legal right to representation, and a jury isn't supposed to consider that as a admission of guilt. Now, what's interesting is that Michael Proctor called Karen Reed before she searched for DUI attorneys. So we're going to get into that. We're going to listen to their argument very quickly, and then we'll get on to the medical examiner.
The search in question is at 1:27 p.m. before the defendant had spoken to law enforcement. She conducted a search for DUI attorneys. The Commonwealth thinks that this is appropriate for the jury to hear, as it rebuts the Bowden defense that the defendant has laid out. Not that she did not intend to commit John O'Keefe. The defense has been that the defendant is essentially what's been represented in opening court was framed that she had no intent or opportunity to commit these crimes. Further, that she was not intoxicated at the time. So the Commonwealth feels that the probative value significantly outweighs the prejudicial value. It goes to her state of mind at the time that the search was conducted. Further, it also rebuts that there was any impropriety in the police investigation, or that, as the defense has put it, that the police did not search any or investigate any other potential culprits.
It's like the same bull crap of like, you're supposed to wait like 48 hours or 24 hours before you can report a person missing. Like, no, you can report somebody missing the moment you feel. It doesn't matter if they're a child or they're an adult. You can report anybody missing if you have belief, a reason to believe this is out of the ordinary behavior. And in the same breath, we also have a right for representation, whether or not we've been charged with anything. That is our legal right, guilty or not. And they're trying to say because she hadn't spoken to any law enforcement officers, which is not true, she gets a phone call from Michael Proctor, Trooper Proctor. So that is a lie.
It also would go to the defendant's consciousness of guilt at that time. This statement is before she
they actually say
voluntarily gave an
consciousness
interview
of
with law
guilt.
enforcement. It goes to her state of mind prior to that interview.
It's just
and so for all those
shameful.
reasons, the Commonwealth would suggest that that Google search is appropriate, and it's not a typical case where it's an invocation of counsel, where law enforcement had not engaged her, and it goes to her state of mind at that time prior to any police involvement, and further to rebut that there was any improprieties in the police investigation or that they should have investigated anyone else.
All right. And I appreciate, Mr. Lally, you bringing this to our attention to give us time to look at it. Ms. McLaughlin, I appreciate that you provided a very strong limiting instruction proposal. I'll hear you, Ms. Tianetti.
Thank you. Your Honor, you would ask.
I mean, strong, like, what? I'm also glad that Lally's not making, like, because this is ridiculous. This is actually shameful. It's like the whole idea of, like, you don't have a right to protect yourself. Like, in back home where I'm from, like, New York, you're literally allowed, somebody is literally allowed to murder you. But if you try to defend yourself and you accidentally off them in the process of trying to protect yourself or your loved ones, you can get charged with murder. And this is why I'm so fascinated in cases like this. I'm like, my hair is getting all caught up. It's like stupid human out today, guys. This is why the law fascinates me so much, because it, again, you don't get this level of education in high school about about court, about the law now. And watching, imagine if you got to watch trials like this in high school, how much more knowledge we would have about what our rights are, our basic human rights, living in the United States or wherever country you're from. And this is why, again, I'm so fascinated by this. And I want to keep covering trials like this because I want to learn. And the more I learn, I want to share with more of you guys too, and learn from you guys. People who might be experts, might be actual medical professionals, lawyers, law enforcement. Let's continue.
I use proof of the phone call from Michael Proctor to my.
Oh, I didn't say proof. No, I asked if that was coming into evidence.
Okay, well, I'd like this marked for identification for the purpose of this argument, if I can.
Sure.
Show counsel.
So this is what I was talking about. Proctor calling him.
All right. And if I may have that. Thank
Okay. She's reviewing it.
Right.
That a call was made from Michael Proctor's personal cell phone number. You can see the last 4 digits there to my client at 1:19 p.m. on January 29th.
Okay.
Approximately 8 minutes before she calls to investigate a potential DUI attorney.
Okay. So focus on the law for me and tell me why I should exclude this.
Of course, yes. With regard to the cases that the Commonwealth has cited, I think the court has seen one of them is an unpublished opinion. The other is a homicide case. They couldn't be more distinguishable from this case. With regard to the unpublished opinion, that appears to have been a gun charge where the defendant in that case did a search for a 9mm handgun on his cell phone. He did not ask for Google or search in Google for a handgun attorney. He made a specific inculpatory search that the court ruled was relevant and it was not outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. In this case, we have a person being contacted by the police and then doing what a citizen has every right to do, which is to look for an attorney for representation. There's zero probative value to that, other than she's presumed to be innocent and she's seeking an attorney to.
And she still is until the jury comes back, you're guilty.
It. There's zero probative value.
So,
but there's an extreme and unfair prejudice in this case. Your Honor, the limited instruction that the Commonwealth has provided asks this court to instruct the jury whether her action in doing an internet search for an attorney indicates feelings of guilt by a defendant. I can't even believe that argument.
So let's just focus on the law.
I'm trying to, Your Honor. I'm far down.
So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to stop you. So on the balancing act that I have to do, I find that the probative value is outweighed by the prejudicial.
Okay.
All right. So I'm not going to allow it in, Mr. Lally, in your case in chief.
Yep.
Now, if you feel that through this witness or through any other witness, Mr. Lally, that it then is admissible, I just ask that you come to sidebar beforehand.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Let's.
I think honestly they knew it wasn't going to get in because it's grasping at straws. It's literally that is them. And if Bev allowed that in, oh the S storm. that would have reigned on that judge. Because that is just, I mean, that's pretty much just telling any person that if you have a reason to believe that you might get interviewed. I mean, what did they always say too? And watching a lot of content on true crime, following true crime, right? True crime creators. What do they always say? Get representation. Get representation, because you never know. It doesn't matter guilty or innocent. It does not know. You do not know what they will use against you. Anything you say to the police, they can use against you. And we've seen so many, and it's sad. It's so upsetting. I was at CrimeCon a couple of weeks ago, and there was a whole panel that was talking about cases where someone was wrongfully convicted. And I think he spent like 29 years or something in prison. I can't remember who the gentleman was at the moment, but he's been since, vindicated, freed, released. He's living his life. But he's so afraid that something like this might happen again that he held on to receipts. He holds on to receipts of everywhere he's been, like McDonald's, like it doesn't matter. Like if he can get a receipt, he's going to get a receipt to prove where he is at all times. So that never happens to him again. And it's so sad to hear that people have to live in that kind of fear. And I know this is kind of like going to a different point, but again, if she allowed, oh my God, I can't even imagine. And I think she knew, like, even this is too far. Like, I might lean one way, but if I lean too far, well, that's just going to make it way too damn obvious. So we're going to jump to the next clip. We're going to get into some of this is out of order. Sorry, guys. Yeah, the cell phone extraction. So I'm going to pull it up real quick. Okay, so now we're jumping back to Trooper Garino. We're going to wrap up on his testimony. We're going to get to the medical examiner next, I promise. He is going to talk about how he got into possession of John O'Keefe's phone.
Of your February 4th, 2022 reports was to explain how you came into possession of John O'Keefe's cell phone and to note the extraction that you did on the phone. Do you recall that report?
Yes, I do.
And before writing that particular report, you spoke with Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I received the phone from him, but
I'm sorry?
I received the phone from him originally, yes.
And when you received the phone, the two of you did not remain mute, right? The two of you chatted?
I don't remember the exact conversation.
But there was a conversation, correct?
I'm sure there was.
And you recorded what Michael Proctor told you about that cell phone in your February 4th, 2022 report, did you not?
No, I didn't.
Michael Proctor told you that on Saturday, January 29th of 2022, he and Sergeant Buchanan had responded to 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Did he not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, he didn't.
Well, you wrote in your very first sentence in that report the following, quote, on Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Those were your words, were they not?
All right, so the objection sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that he had received or retrieved John O'Keefe's cell phone from 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, I didn't know where it was retrieved from.
You didn't know where it was retrieved from?
Correct.
All right. But you did include in your report that while Proctor...
Okay, so this clip, he's going to go into, we're back to Garino, then we're going to go to the medical examiner, I swear, where he talks about how he got into possession of John O'Keefe's phone.
Okay. The fact is you did write some early police reports in this case dated February 4th, 2022, just 6 days after John O'Keefe was found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's front lawn, correct?
That is correct.
When you wrote those police reports, you knew this was a homicide investigation, correct?
I was told that it was believed to be yes.
So that underscored the importance of being accurate and truthful, correct? Especially in a homicide investigation.
I write my reports, no matter what the investigation is, the same exact way.
And the purpose of one of your February 4th, 2022 reports was to explain how you came into possession of John O'Keefe's cell phone and to note the extraction that you did on the phone. Do you recall that report?
Yes, I do.
And before writing that particular report, you spoke with Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I received the phone from him, but
I'm sorry?
I received the phone from him originally, yes.
Okay. And when you received the phone, the two of you did not remain mute, right? The two of you chatted,
I don't remember the exact conversation.
but there was a conversation, correct?
I'm sure there was.
And you recorded what Michael Proctor told you about that cell phone in your February 4th, 2022 report, did you not?
No, I didn't.
Michael Proctor told you that.
And let's not forget, too, that Michael Proctor never even checked out the crime scene, which I thought the whole time I was delusional about. I thought that I was just making that up. But no, he never, not once, at least from what he testified, did he ever, as the lead investigator, never once went to the crime scene. So any information he's getting is secondhand information, probably from Tully or the CERT team guy or anybody else, or the I can't think of the names, but the first responders, EMTs, all that. That it's all just, he wasn't actually on the scene. So whatever information is being passed down to him, he's passing now on to this guy who has, again, 1 year of, I think he said, experience with cell phone data, extracting cell phone
On
data.
Saturday, January 29th of
We're
2022,
going through
he
it.
and Sergeant Buchanan had responded to 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Did he not?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, he didn't.
Well, you wrote in your very first sentence in that report the following, quote, on Saturday, January 29th,
Objection.
2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Those were your words, were they not?
All right, so the objection is sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that he had received or retrieved John O'Keefe's cell phone from 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, I didn't know where it was retrieved from.
You didn't know where it was retrieved from.
Correct.
All right. But you did include in your report that while Proctor and Buchanan were on scene, they retrieved the cell phone of John O'Keefe, correct?
At some point during the day, they did. I don't know where from. So there's multiple.
Yeah, I'm asking about your report, Trooper. You know I'm questioning you about your report.
No, I understand. I'm explaining. I don't know
You
what
don't get
scene
to
it's
explain, sir,
Oh.
most respectfully, until Mr. Lally questions you.
Objection.
Okay,
Your Honor.
so no comments. I think to speed things along, do you have your report with you?
I do, Your Honor.
I think it'll make it easier,
Oh,
Mr.
can you read
Yannetti.
the first two lines?
Let him grab it.
For everybody, literally.
Can you read the first two lines to the jury, please?
Yep. On Saturday, January 29th, 2022, Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanan of the Norfolk District Attorney's Office responded to the unattended death of John O'Keefe at 34 Fairview Road in Canton. Through his investigation, it was found O'Keefe was a victim of a motor vehicle homicide. While on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's phone and brought it to the Norfolk DA's office for forensic analysis.
Okay. So you'd agree with me that you included that clause, while on scene, they secured his phone, did you not?
I did write that.
Okay. And that was back on February 4th of 2022, correct?
Yes, it was.
Within 6 days of John O'Keefe being found mortally wounded on Albert's Lawn, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, you knew that the crime scene was 34 Fairview Road, correct?
No,
Yet you put in your report while on scene, did you not?
yes, I don't know what scene they recovered from. I know they went multiple places on the 29th. They didn't get back to me till 7:30 that night almost
Okay.
when I first got the
Well,
phone.
you'd agree with me that the Canton Police Department wasn't the crime scene, correct?
I never said crime scene in my report. I wrote scene.
Okay. Well, Canton Police Department was not the scene of any crime, was it?
I don't know. I don't believe so.
You don't know if the Canton Police Department was the
He doesn't
scene of
know.
a crime. Is
I
that
don't
what
think it was.
You don't think it was? Okay. Now, in that report,
I mean,
you
he's
were
also
trying
not the guy to ask, 'cause he
establish the
doesn't
chain
know.
of custody of that phone, right?
He's just the yes
Because
guy.
you described where it was found, where it was taken, and who had possession of it, correct?
I said it never said where it was taken. I said the phone was recovered on scene by Trooper Proctor. Again, I don't know where it was recovered from. I did find out later it was at Canton PD.
Well, hold on a second. Again, we're focusing on your report.
I know, I'm reading it.
As opposed to details you want to fill in now, okay?
Okay.
With
Getting
regard to,
testy with you, Nettie.
you just testified, you never said where it was taken, yet
But it's like, again, it seems like it's arguing semantics, but it's important because, again, you're saying in your report where you are supposed to be precise, dude, that John O'Keefe's phone was recovered on the scene. What do you guys think when somebody says on the scene? The scene of the crime, correct? Right? Not in the hospital, not from Kerry Roberts or Jeb McCabe, not from Canton PD, from the scene of the crime, which was 34 Fairview. If you don't know where the location of the scene of the crime is, that's fine. But I mean, you should. Like, why wouldn't they tell you that?
previously you said.
Why
it was
would you
taken to
include that in your
Was it
report?
not?
No, I said recovered from the scene location.
Did Trooper Proctor take the phone to you and
Yes.
hand it to you?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so it was taken to you, correct?
That is correct.
All right. So you described in your report where it was found because you said while on scene, correct?
Correct.
And where it was taken to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who had possession of it, which was initially Trooper Proctor in terms of your observations, and then you, correct?
That is who brought me the phone to the DA's office. Yes.
And you would agree with me that chain of custody of a piece of evidence is an important detail in any criminal investigation, isn't it?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that someone reading your report or listening to it as the jury listened today would understand you to be saying that Michael Proctor seized John O'Keefe's cell phone at 34 Road in Canton?
Objection.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions about the extraction that
So
you
he's going to
discussed
move on
in
from
that
that,
same
but it seems like they're not going to, they weren't going to let it in, whether or not Proctor was on the scene or not. And just to further prove the lack of chain of custody, like it's very mishandled. Even if you're not in the camp of it was a cover up, and you're more on the camp of it's just incompetence. I mean, that supports that 110%. So part of me doesn't want to give these guys 2 credits for being that smart, but I mean, I don't think these guys are, I don't think they're like, A+ students, but I think they're not dumb enough where there's so many little inconsistencies here and there where it's just a pile of coincidences. So now he's going to get into the extraction.
February 4th, 2022 report, the very same report. In that report, after you named the tools that you used to extract data from the phone, you indicated that a copy of that cell phone extraction was placed on a state police server, or was it a DA's office server?
DA's office server.
Okay, on a server so that it could be accessed there, correct?
That is correct.
But that extraction you placed on the server did not include all the potential data on John O'Keefe's phone, did it?
How do you mean?
Well, didn't you indicate in your report that the extraction was not inclusive of all potential data contained within the device?
No, that's not true.
Well, the extraction that you did contained communications, iOS messages, phone calls, social media communications between John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, correct?
Which we have
Yes, that's correct.
painfully
And it
listened to you
contained
read.
communications between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, that's true.
It contained communications between John O'Keefe and Kerry Roberts.
I can't recall.
All right. But it did not include any communications between John O'Keefe and Julie Albert, did it?
Again, I can't recall.
And again, I'm talking about that initial extraction. That initial one didn't include any communications between John O'Keefe and Chris Albert, did it?
I only created one extraction of John O'Keefe's phone.
That extraction report also did not include any location data, did it?
No, it did.
You didn't note any location data in that initial report, did you?
In the February 4th report,
Correct?
I didn't go through the data at that point.
All right.
This is just my extraction report saying that I got the phone, it was extracted and placed onto the server. And then I wrote, this report is not inclusive of all potential evidence, potential data contained within this evidence.
When was the first time that you reported on location data in this case?
I don't remember.
Wasn't until April of 2023, correct?
There was a reason for that.
Yeah, so that's like a whole ass year later. So from February 4th, 2022, like 5 days after John O'Keefe was found. And also too, I wanted to call out before I even get to that. Notice how Yannetti was too, and I'd be curious if he would have asked, like, what about Brian Albert? Like any text communications with Brian Albert? What about Brian Higgins? Like going through just a list of people, all the folks that were at 34 Fairview inside the house. But it seems like we know that Kerry Roberts was good friends with John O'Keefe, from what it seems like, at least in maybe she was closer to him than he was closer to her. We all have friendships like that, right? And closer to maybe Jennifer McCabe, which is why he might have been talking to her, texting. I mean, I would have been curious to see what kind of conversations were happening there. What were they talking about? Were they talking about Karen? That would have been a lot more reliable to see actually like words written from John O'Keefe. Were there phone calls? But no, again, notice how there were no text exchange between him and any of the Alberts, which is interesting. How close were they, really?
Well, I didn't ask you if there was a reason for it, sir. You understood my question, didn't you?
That's correct. My first report regarding it was in January.
We're talking about John O'Keefe's phone now here.
Yeah.
You did not report on the location data on John O'Keefe's phone until April of 2023, correct?
I didn't look at the extraction initially.
And you also did not report on any Apple Health data until the spring of 2023, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the phone extraction. Trooper Proctor would have looked at it. I would have loaded it and given it to him.
Okay, so Trooper Proctor had access to the phone first, and then you took care of it, correct?
He had access to the extraction that I would load onto Cellbrite for him to look at, where you can't change the data. That is correct.
So he's saying that the Celebrate guy, the Ian Whiffen dude, gave that extraction to Proctor. Proctor then had access to all of that, and then gave it to, sorry, I'm getting like tons of Facebook notifications, then gave that to this guy to load it into their system and see what else he could find.
And you would agree with me that you didn't address John O'Keefe's health or location data in any formal report.
So now they're talking about
until
the
that
Apple
April
Health
23
data
report, correct?
That's
You
correct.
don't
I never
have
went
an
through it.
iPhone.
Right, and you submitted your report in April of 2023 after you became aware of an affidavit filed by the defense expert, Rick Green, in which Mr. Green extracted and analyzed John O'Keefe's location data and his movements according to Apple Health data. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Before Rick Green submitted that affidavit, no member of the state police homicide investigation team, including you, had ever looked at or at least reported on the location data for anyone present at 34 Fairview, correct?
For the devices that we had, sir?
For John O'Keefe's device,
Yeah.
for Jennifer McCabe's device.
So, real quick too, there's actually a tweet I'm going to pull up in a second from Ted Daniel, who's actually I think he's been sitting inside the courtroom watching this just like unravel, and he made a really interesting tweet about the Apple Health data. So I'll pull that up in 1 second, but I want to let this play out a few more minutes.
I can't speak to that. I don't know.
All right, but you didn't, correct?
Again, I didn't look at the extractions until later.
Right. So you hadn't looked at John O'Keefe's location data in particular prior to Richard Green pointing out the location data in his affidavit, correct?
And Richard Green is who they're going to actually call later, and we'll go over through his testimony a little bit later in this video, but he's the defense expert.
Again, I don't know. I wasn't asked to look for that data when I did look at it.
Correct?
Yes, there's no report on until then.
Right. Same with Jennifer McCabe's location data. You didn't report on that either, correct?
I didn't look at Jen McCabe's phone.
Nope.
You didn't report on Brian Alberts or Colin Alberts or Brian Higgins' location data. Would you agree with that?
I didn't have any of their phone extractions to get that data, so I wouldn't be able to anyways.
But when you finally did check the location data, I want to ask you about your testimony on direct examination that you believe that at a certain point, with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, the accuracy of the GPS points was within 3 feet. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you show me where in any of your reports you specify that the GPS points are accurate within 3 feet?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me. In my reports or the
Your reports.
Axiom report?
Yeah, no, any reports that you have in front of you or any that you reviewed, where is that?
What do you, that I wrote?
Is it in writing anywhere, sir?
Yes, I wrote in my report that we believe we were within 3 feet of the latitude and longitude points that were mapped in Sartopo when we went to see. That is the second report that I did, sir.
The May of 2023 report?
May 9th, 2023.
All right.
May
Now,
of 2023.
let me just have a moment.
Yep. It's page. It'll be page 4 or 5. Should be in the top there.
On the
Paragraph 9.
Like,
You can read it if you'd like.
Hang on.
we're gonna fast
Agree with
forward.
me in paragraph 9, there is
There we
nothing
go.
that mentions that the accuracy is within 3 feet?
From the program?
No, I'm asking you about a report that you authored, that you just mentioned to this jury.
It's in paragraph
Now,
12. I'm sorry. It says Trooper Proctor and I began to measure. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wrote Trooper Proctor and I began measuring the
well, I'm
approximate
not
location.
asking you to read it.
Okay.
You're mentioning paragraph 12 and
Yes, sir.
you're talking about one particular spot in that, correct?
Yes, that is the spot that we
All right.
pointed on our
Now, with
location.
regard to John O'Keefe's phone, would you agree with me that it's important to properly handle and secure a cell phone that is seized in connection with a homicide investigation?
So
Yes.
back to chain of
Was it important in
custody.
this investigation to properly handle and secure John O'Keefe's cell phone since he was the homicide victim?
I mean, it was. We locked it in a secure evidence lab.
All right. Well, you testified that the first time you reported on in your investigation or your evaluation of the location data, that was in your April 24th, 2023 report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that report, you revealed that you looked at his location data using Axiom software, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Axiom is a competitor of Celebrate?
Did you say that? Yeah,
And Axiom is relied on by law enforcement across the country?
I believe so.
And you relied on it here in terms of this issue of the location data, did you not?
I used multiple programs, but yes, I used Axiom as well.
And regarding the location data that you examined with regard to John O'Keefe's phone, you noticed, or you noted, I should say, that after a period of no speed having been registered for a
Here we
period of
go.
time,
Yep.
John O'Keefe's cell phone started registering movement at 6:04 or 6:15 a.m.?
6:15 a.m.
6:15 a.m., and that's actually 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
I don't have it in front of me, but I believe that's correct.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
And at that point, his phone registered a speed of 0.0484 meters per second?
Just want to confirm.
Sure.
Is that the second report or the first report? I'm sorry. There it is. Yep. 0.0484.
0.0484 meters per second?
Yes.
And that's at 6:15 and 36 seconds?
Yes, it is.
All right, so now as you were examining that data,
6:15.
sir, you certainly knew from this investigation by that point that when the phone was moving according to that data at 6:15 and 36 seconds on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe had already been found mortally wounded and incapacitated, correct?
From the voicemail message, that's how I was able to. I don't know the exact time frames that he was found and transported, but I know
Is that he's talking about the Karen Reed voicemail of Jen McCabe making the 911 call.
the wait from Miss Reed's voicemail that the 911 call is made, and they're on scene.
I think we're talking over each other here
Yeah.
because what I'm asking is you knew that by 6:15 and 30 seconds in the morning on January 29th, John O'Keefe had already been incapacitated.
So
and
how was
mortally
his cell
wounded.
phone
That was my question.
moving?
Oh, yes,
Somebody
that's
had to have
I
had possession
misunderstood.
of it.
So you knew from your investigation that meant it could not have been John O'Keefe moving with his phone at 6:15 and 36 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
It had to be somebody else, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that once investigators took possession of John O'Keefe's phone, any movement of his phone after that would not help in your homicide investigation, would it?
I don't understand.
So
So
in other words, John O'Keefe's been incapacitated.
yes,
Somebody from law enforcement seizes his phone. Would it help your investigation or the investigation of the Norfolk Detectives Unit to track and record location data on that phone after 6:15 a.m.?
well, it's there. I did look at it. It goes to Canton PD, and then later comes to the
I
office.
asked. I didn't ask if it's there. I know it's there. I'm asking you, does that help you in your investigation of a potential, of a homicide?
Yes.
To track the phone and
Yes.
have that location
The
data
answer is
recorded
yes.
on the phone
Yes, yes, yes.
after John O'Keefe could not have been the one moving with it.
No, not necessarily.
In fact, if the phone is manipulated in some way after investigators take possession of it, that could potentially harm an investigator.
Also, too, like, didn't Carrie Roberts have John O'Keefe's phone, like, in her pocket or something? I don't know if I'm remembering that correctly, but didn't she have John O'Keefe's phone, like, in her pocket? Which I also find is weird because it's like, what if anything? Why do you have his phone? Like, you're not his girlfriend. Like, that was, like, also weird for me. Like, yeah, maybe you're his, like, buddy, or maybe you think you're closer than you. I don't know. But why would you have his phone if I'm remembering that correctly? So
Investigation, couldn't it?
Objection.
Well, to preserve the integrity of the data on the phone as it existed before the police took custody of the phone, there is a way to stop the phone from recording location data, again, after the police take custody of the phone, isn't there?
Yes, if you can, place it into airplane mode.
Yes, yeah, you mentioned on direct examination that it could be accomplished by putting the phone into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct, sir.
But when that phone was seized, no investigator put the plane into airplane mode that early morning because you know that location data was found on that phone, correct?
after 6:15.
I don't know when it was placed in airplane mode,
But you know it wasn't by 6:15 a.m.
that is correct.
And there's also another way to prevent
Dude, there's
any
no-
signal from entering
there's no
or exiting
reason
the
for
phone.
you
Do you
to,
agree with
like,
that?
Yes, there is.
During your direct examination, you mentioned the concept of a Faraday bag.
That is correct, sir.
A Faraday bag has special fabric that blocks electromagnetic signals entirely, does it not?
Yes, sir.
So putting the phone into a Faraday bag would be another way to stop the phone from recording location data while the phone's in police custody, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me that during that early morning hours, as of 6:15 a.m. and thereafter, no investigator in this case put that phone into a Faraday bag on January 29th, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
What about a solo cup?
In fact,
or a
after
stop
John
and shop
O'Keefe's cell
bag?
phone started registering movement at 6:15 and 36 seconds in the morning on January 29th, it continued to record location data the rest of the morning until 11:56 and 1 second a.m. on January 29th, correct?
I don't know the exact end time, but I know it does have GPS data points throughout the day.
So you would agree with me that for several hours after the police had the phone, it was not put in a Faraday bag and it was not put into airplane mode, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, with regard to the voicemails that you've previously testified to and that the jury has heard and they've been introduced into evidence, you had testified on direct examination that Karen Reed's phone connected to the Wi-Fi at 1 Meadows Ave at approximately 12:36 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
So you can testify based on that by 12:36 in the morning, Karen Reed was not at 34 Fairview, correct?
That's correct.
And
And again, going back to that clip that Peter Trigos had, a lawyer had pulled up before from opening statements, Lally said her car was parked in front of 34 Fairview around 12:45. Then how is she connecting with John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi network at 12:36? I'm not going to keep, but like, case done. He said yes. Their cell phone expert said yes. Why are we still doing this? Why?
that was
She wasn't there.
the first of those voicemails that you testified to, correct? That was the I hate you voicemail?
Yes, that's 12:37, correct.
Okay. And that voicemail and every other voicemail that the jury heard was left after Karen
So they're
had,
tightening up their timeline
left
now.
34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And except for the one at, after 6 in the morning, the 4-minute one when she went back, we heard that one. But all the other ones were apparently left when she was at 1 Meadows, correct?
I can't speak to where she was, but
But
How would
wasn't
she
at
have,
34 Fairview,
yes, that's correct. She wasn't at 34.
how would she have connected to his Wi-Fi?
And you would agree with me, based on on those voicemails and what you know about them and what we've just discussed, that no one at 34 Fairview, including Jennifer McCabe, could have witnessed Karen Reed outside that residence at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No, I don't believe so.
So you agree with me? No one could have, including Jennifer McCabe, could have seen her at 12:45 at 34 Fairview?
They all
As I said,
testified
she
to
auto
this.
connects to the Wi-Fi at 12:36, so no, she wouldn't have been there.
All right. Now,
But she's like, why are you asking me this? I wasn't
we've
there.
talked
And it's like,
about
well,
the,
yeah, but you're the
findings
data guy.
or the fact that you reviewed the findings
So we're gonna
of
prove
Rick
where
Green by reading
he
the
was.
affidavit that he submitted, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you learned in that affidavit that Rick Green was able to track not only when John O'Keefe arrived at 34 Fairview, but also the route that he and Ms. Reed took to get there on January 29th, correct?
I don't recall his report fully, but
You learned that he was able to accomplish that by examining the data from the app Waze that you spoke of, correct?
yes, I did find that myself.
All right. And Waze is spelled W-A-Z-E, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've previously testified it's a commonly used app for driving directions and navigation.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my wife used to
And
use it
regarding
for
your
work.
analysis of the phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data from John O'Keefe's phone on January
Okay, so now we're
29th,
getting into
2022,
the
correct?
Apple
That is
Health
correct.
data,
And
I think.
Apple Health data can reveal a number of steps that a person has taken during a
Yes.
given time period, as well as whether that person is going up.
Okay, so I definitely want you guys to pay attention. Then we're gonna wrap up on his testimony, I swear. And get into the medical examiner. But I want to pull up a tweet that Ted Daniel, who had he had posted this on June 20th, so 3 days ago, about what Trooper Guarino had said about John O'Keefe's Apple Health data and how some of the data was showing him ascending and descending 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 and 12:34. 2 minutes before Karen Reed connects to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi network. I'm going to pull up his tweet in a second because it's from Trooper Guarino's report. But first, I want to go through what
Downstairs,
Yannetti
correct?
set it up.
Yes.
And on John O'Keefe's phone, you learned that there was Apple Health data that tracked his steps from the time he's seen on surveillance video leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill and moving forward after that, correct?
I don't know anything about the Waterfall Bar video. I just have the timestamp from the phone showing it at around 12:12
Okay.
at the Waterfall.
And it actually was between 12:11 and 9 seconds, and then the ending period of that first time period was 12:21 and 5 seconds. And then you,
Oh, yes, from the health. Thank you. Yes, yeah.
okay, from the Apple Health. And the data showed that he took a total of 170 steps between that time period, correct?
That's what the phone registered. Yes.
He's still alive.
And,
He's still active.
Regarding those 170 steps, isn't it true that this data from Apple Health signifies that 170 steps took place at some point during that 10-minute approximate time period?
No.
So is it your understanding that those 170 steps all took place at 12:11?
No. Again, like I said, the phone is a high-tech pedometer. It doesn't mean that steps were taken. It means the phone was manipulated in a way that it believed it was moving and taking steps.
Oh, I see your objection. Okay, so
Sorry.
Yeah, let's assume there were steps for the purpose of this discussion.
Yeah.
Okay, and they could have been steps, correct?
They could have been, yes,
Okay,
but
all right. So let's assume
no way to prove
let's
it.
assume that for now.
Okay.
Assuming there were 170 steps taken, that could have meant that John O'Keefe took 170 steps beginning at 12:11 within that time period, correct?
It's saying that, again, the time frame that it gave me is 12:11 to 12:21.
Right. Yeah. So in other words, he could have started walking at 12:11, correct?
Yes.
All right. But he also could have taken that 170 steps closer in time to 12:21, correct?
Well, at that point, he's in the car.
I'm not asking about where he was.
Could not have been, no.
I'm just asking about with what the data shows.
Well, I mean,
And I would say no.
technically,
If
if
it
you don't
shows
know he was
170
in
steps
the
between
car.
12:11 and 12:21, then strictly based on the data, you don't know where those 170 steps took place within that 10 minutes, correct?
To a degree, yes.
Okay. And it's possible it could have been toward the beginning, toward the end, or maybe fairly evenly spaced, right? You just know that there were 170 steps that were taken in that 10-minute time frame, correct?
Again, that's assuming that they are steps.
Right. And again, I'm asking you from the data itself.
Again, the phone says it's steps, doesn't mean they are.
Which is interesting too, because I was talking about this with my wife earlier. Is when I go to the gym, because like I have an iPhone. I don't have an Apple Watch, and I want to get one so it can accurately track my steps of my movement. Because when I'm on like the Stairmaster and I put my phone down, so I can watch like court coverage, right? Obviously, while I'm working out, while I'm on the Stairmaster, catching up. It doesn't record any of those steps, even though I'm moving, and the Stairmaster itself will record that, but it'll only pick up once I put it in my pocket or I'm holding it. So, and I know he's not really talking about that right now, but I wanted to call that out because I know there's some people who don't have iPhones. So, and there's probably people on the jury. I mean, maybe none of them have iPhones too. I wonder if that was a question that was asked during jury selection. It was like, how familiar are you with Apple products and how they work? So do you own an Apple Watch? Somebody who would know how that works. So just want to call that out before I forgot it. But
The Apple Health data also showed a total of 80 steps between 1221 and 1224.
Correct.
As part of your investigation of this case, were you aware that there was a 1223 text message from Ryan Nagel to Julie Nagel in which Ryan texted his sister Julie he had arrived at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
In any case, you would agree with me that 1223 is between 1221 and 1224, correct?
That is correct.
And that is the 1221 to 1224 time frame where the Apple Health data showed that the user of John O'Keefe's phone took 80 steps, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, John O'Keefe's Apple Health data also showed that he climbed up or down 3 flights of stairs between 1221 and 1224, correct?
Yes.
And that's the same period in which the data reflects 80 steps, correct?
It's off by about 12 seconds. 12:22, 22. Sorry, 12:24 and 22 seconds was the ending for the stamps, but 12:24 and 37 seconds.
Oh, but approximately.
Yeah. Approximately, yes.
All right. And regarding going up and down those 3 floors, Apple does not provide data precise enough to determine when within that range the 3 floors were transverse, correct?
No. There was a second point at 12:22 and 14 seconds that had specifically on stairs.
Okay. And
so there's another clip that Microdots, in case you guys haven't seen like what the house is, they explained a lot. There was a lot of testimony about what the inside of the Albert home looks like. I'm gonna see if I can find that clip really quick, just to show you, because right now what he's talking about, and I'm gonna jump first to the Ted Daniel tweet, just again so we can kind of reiterate and be like, yeah, this is what he's saying in terms of timeline. Again, this is all like right before Karen Reed allegedly hit him. If she hit him around 12:45, well, I mean, already it doesn't make any sense. So I'm gonna jump to the Ted Daniel tweet, but I want to see if I can find this Microdots video, another animated video where they go through like the floor plan of that house, and you'll see, because they're talking about the flights of stairs, 3 flights, who had 3 flights of stairs in his home going down to the basement. Brian Albert. So I'm gonna look for that clip, and then first though, I want to show you this Ted Daniel tweet. Let me just see if there's anything else from this that I want to share real quick.
you would agree with me that, and again, assuming that they were stairs as Apple Health data reflects, those stairs could have been ascended or descended toward the beginning, toward the end, or throughout that 3-minute time period, correct?
In this case, no, because there's a set point that's in the Cellbrite report that shows it's 12:22 and 14 seconds.
All right. Finally, his Apple Health data also showed a total of 36 steps between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Right. So I would like to direct your attention to your May 9th, 2023 report, which is the second
12:56
between 12
and 14 seconds.
All right. Finally, his Apple Health data also showed a total of 36 steps between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
12:32:16.
So I would like to direct your attention
Which
to your,
again, Karen Reed's Wi-Fi network, and I showed earlier how far of a drive Brian Albert's house is from Karen Reed, from John O'Keefe's house. It's a 6-minute drive, and I imagine it's a hell of a lot longer when it's snowing out. You're probably going a little bit slower. Yes, if you've been drinking a little bit, maybe you're pushing the limits, going faster than maybe you should be, especially when it's snowy out. But still, it's at least on a day like today where it's the middle of summer. There's no, well, not middle, but it's the beginning of summer. There's no snow on the ground. It's a 6-minute drive. So if he's still having movement at around 12:31 or 12:32, but she gets to John O'Keefe's house, let's say, probably a few minutes, maybe even a minute or two before 12:36. I'm just saying 12:36 because she connected to his Wi-Fi network at that time. Maybe she connected to it while she was still in her car, while she was pulling into his house, into the garage. I don't know. Or was she already inside for a few minutes? So then how was he still moving around at like 12:32 if she wasn't even there? You see what I'm saying? It's like at minimum a 6-minute drive. She would have had to have been at least still driving to his house or already at his house in order for her to have connected to his Wi-Fi network at 12:36. Make it make sense.
May 9th, 2023 report, which was the second report that you wrote that we've already referenced,
Yes, sir.
specifically paragraph 15.
Oh, this is it. Yep.
You wrote that O'Keefe's health data in Celebrite shows him ascending, descending 3 flights of stairs at 12:22 and 14 seconds. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And the native locations in Celebrite and the cached locations in Axiom both show O'Keefe's phone location by the intersection of Oakdale Road and Pinecone Road, which is in front of 36 Oakdale, and which is approximately a little over a half mile from 34 Fairview. Did I read that essentially correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you stand by the statement that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs precisely at 12:22 and 14 seconds?
I'm going by what Celebrite has given me from that time point, and that's what I used.
Isn't it true that what the
No, he's saying yes. Just say yes. That is what I'm sticking to.
health data actually state is that John O'Keefe's phone went up and down 3 flights of stairs sometime within the time period that began at 12:22:14 and ended at 12:24:37?
I can't speak to it. I don't know. This is what, again, I'm looking at the report. This is what the information that is parsed out of the phone is giving me.
Right. I'm just asking about the data itself. It gives you that time period and it tells you 3 flights of stairs, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So, assuming that those 3 flights of stairs were ascended or descended closer in time to 12:22:14, which was within that time period, that would still give him time to arrive at 34 Fairview within a couple minutes later, would it not?
I'm sorry, at the time.
Yeah, so we have a time period that you've agreed with, which is 12:24:14, ending at 12:24:37, right? A little over a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes and 23 seconds?
Yeah, about that.
All right. So the 3 flights of stairs, again, just according to the data, could have been ascended or descended at the start of that time period, correct?
No. I'm confused what you're trying to say. So you're saying that he's at the house already at
I'm not asking
12:22?
about the house. I'm asking about the data.
No, I know, but I'm asking about when you're saying he arrives in that data range.
No, I'm
confused.
I'm strictly asking you just to look at the data.
Yeah.
And you agree with me. Whenever there's a time period and Apple Health returns either steps or stairs, you can't pinpoint just from the data when they occurred within that time period, correct?
Objection. Your Honor, maybe helpful if counsel could refer to which data he's talking about and not just keep saying.
Okay, Lally. Okay, I remember when I first. Okay, Lally. Because your line of questions are so crystal fucking clear and easy to follow and understand what, if anything. Shut up. Anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna pop on over to this Ted Daniel tweet so you guys can see. I'm gonna just stop sharing for a second. This is probably the best way. I don't know why I haven't been doing it this way. This is the Ted Daniel tweet. And this is going back to what Yannetti was just talking about. I have an X account, and I don't think I ever will because it is just the Wild West out there, and people are just on a totally different plane of thinking on X. But there's a lot. It's a great resource for news, so I probably will create one. But this is the paragraph 15 Yannetti was just talking about. So Ted Daniel tweets, Trooper Garino says John O'Keefe's Apple Health data shows him ascending, descending 3 flights of stairs between 12:21 a.m. and 12:34 a.m. So again, by 12:36, Karen Reed is already at John O'Keefe's house. But then he says that doesn't actually mean it's going up or down stairs. This is from a previous filing from him. So this was on, I forget what date he just said. Let's see if I can backtrack a little bit. May 9th, I think. Yeah. Okay. So May 9th, 2023. So sorry, I just wanted to play that. I know you guys couldn't see my screen when I was playing that, but I just need to get that up. Okay. Let me minimize myself. Okay. So this is from Garino. Also of note is that O'Keefe's health data in Celebrite shows him ascending and descending 3 flights of stairs at 12:22 and 14 whatever a.m. The native locations in Celebrite and the cached locations in Axiom both show O'Keefe's phone location by the intersection of Oakdale Road and Pinecone Road in front of 36 Oakdale Road, which is approximately a little over half a mile away from 34 Fairview. His health data also recorded 36 steps at 12:31, so this is what he's talking about, and 56. In Celebrite, there are no GPS points at this time in Celebrite or Axiom, and Axiom shows no movement of the phone. Okay, so let's jump back. That's the Ted Daniel tweet. Let's just jump back really quick to this and wrap it up, and then we'll get into the medical examiner.
Okay.
You wrote that O'Keefe's health data in Celebrite shows him ascending, descending 3 flights of stairs at 12:22 and 14 seconds. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, sir.
And the native locations in Celebrite and the cached locations in Axiom both show O'Keefe's phone location by the intersection of Oakdale Road and Pinecone Road, which is in front of 36 Oakdale, and which is approximately a little over a half mile from 34 Fairview. Did I read that essentially correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you stand by the statement that he ascended and descended 3 flights of stairs precisely at 12:22 and 14 seconds?
I'm going by what Celebrite has given me from that time points, and that's what I used.
Isn't it true that what the Apple Health data actually state is that John O'Keefe's phone went up and down 3 flights of stairs sometime within the time period that began at 12:22:14 and ended at 12:24:37?
I can't speak to it. I don't know. This is what, again, I'm looking at the report. This is what the information that is parsed out of the phone is giving me.
Right. I'm just asking about the data itself. It gives you that time period and tells you 3 flights of stairs, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Assuming that those 3 flights of stairs were ascended or descended closer in time to 12:22:14, which was within that time period, that would still give him time to arrive at 34 Fairview within a couple of minutes later, would it not?
I'm sorry, with the time.
Yeah, so we have a time period that you've agreed with, which is 12:24:14, ending at 12:24:37.
Sorry, I'm just looking for the microdot
a little
video.
over a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
Yeah, about that.
All right. So the 3 flights of stairs, again, just according to the data, could have been ascended or descended at the start of that time period, correct?
No. I'm confused what you're trying to say. So you're saying that he's at the house already at
I'm not asking
12:22?
about the house. I'm asking about the data.
No, I know, but I'm asking about when you're saying he arrives in that data range.
No, I'm
confused.
I'm strictly asking you just to
We're
look at the
all
data.
confused there.
And you agree with me. Whenever there's a time period and Apple Health returns either steps or stairs, you can't pinpoint just from the data when they occurred within that time period, correct?
Objection. Your Honor, maybe helpful if counsel could refer to which data he's talking about and not just keep saying.
Shut up, Lally.
All I'm hearing is data.
I thought that was clear.
Which data Ms. Gianetti's referring to specifically?
I'm slightly confused. I know you said that time frame that I wrote in my report for that 12:21 to 12:24. And then, as I stated before, Celebrate shows a specific time point of 12:22 and 14 seconds when the stairs are ascended, descended. So that's why I'm confused.
Right, we're going to get to that, but
Okay.
I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking you about the fact that there's a time period and you can't place where within that time period, just based on that data itself.
Yeah, that's what's recorded and shown to me. So again, that's what it's shown. I
Okay.
can't say otherwise.
Your conclusion was that John O'Keefe could not have been at 34 Fairview Road at 12:22 and 14 seconds because Waze put him on Oakdale Road about a half mile away, correct?
12, yes, correct.
All right. And that caused you to disregard the Apple Health data or to attribute it not to steps or to stairs
Can't find it.
because he was a half mile away between that 12:22 and 12:24 time period, correct?
Yes, I attribute it to movement.
All right. So I want you to see.
If I can find that video, sorry guys, I know I've been like kind of like checked out the last couple of minutes letting it fly, but I was looking for, there's a video, if any of you guys can find it, let me know and please send it to me. There is a video that Microdots did where they show like the interior, like it's an animated version of the Albert House, and they show what it actually like looks like. They're an animated video, so just to give you a better idea of like the 3 flights. Yes, that there are 3 flights of stairs. It's like, I think from what I can recall, it's 3, like it's a set of stairs, then it's like a landing, then it's like another set of stairs, and then I think it's like another, something like that.
To assume for a moment, Trooper, that John O'Keefe's phone location actually showed him on Oakdale Road 3 minutes earlier at 12:19 a.m. Okay, if you have that in mind?
You okay?
All right. With that assumption,
So he's
would you agree with
saying,
me that the Apple Health data about him taking 80 steps and climbing up or down 3 floors at 34 Fairview Road would make more sense?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Ron?
Sure.
yeah. So yeah, he's pretty much saying, he's pretty much just disproving the Commonwealth's timeline of events. And as you guys can see, I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't know why. He just confirmed Karen Reed connected to the Wi-Fi network at 12. Like, that for me was the biggest thing. So we're going to move on. We're going to get into the medical examiner. This is Lucky Loughran. Okay. Oh, this might be in a completely different video. I'm gonna pull up the clip 1 second. But that pretty much just to set it up for you guys. We're gonna get into the cross of the medical examiner. There was a like brain specialist that testified before her. She was the one who assisted the medical examiner in examining the injuries that John O'Keefe sustained to his brain specifically. So she was a pretty quick testimony. I don't think the defense asked her any questions actually. So their cross for the medical examiner wasn't nearly as long as I thought it would have been. So direct spent a lot of time with her, Scoribello. And again, it's just more of the same of what we've heard is like, there's no definitive answer to anything. If anything, it just leaves more room for reasonable doubt, more questions, more room for, well, what did happen? What evidence do you have that can tell me, can convince me, can prove to me that these are the series of events that happened? So I'm going to pull up that clip. Sorry for like the constant barking of the dog. It's my neighbor's dog. So now we're going to get into the defense cross of the medical examiner. And this was done by Miss Little, which was really nice to hear her in action. I thought she came across very likable, very kind of like Yannetti in a lot of ways in terms of like her questions, but also her demeanor, her approach, very friendly, not aggressive. So I think the defense team has like a really nice, well-rounded team of just different personalities, whereas the Commonwealth, it's just been Lally. Except for, these other motions and stuff where the jury hasn't even been. I mean, I don't know who his co-counsel is. I don't know the name. But I think it was a mistake to not let her take the reins a couple of times, mix it up. Because there are moments where Lally, it's like, dude, like no one knows what you're asking. or where you're going with it. It just drags on and on and on, and we understand background's important, but when it came to like the witness testimony of like every single person who was there at the scene, but also in the house, was at the bar, like, so I think in terms of like likability, the defense definitely winning in that department. But let me know what you guys think. So we're gonna get into Miss Little's cross right now.
Scoribello. Good morning.
Ms. Little, keep your voice up.
Absolutely. You testified regarding a number of injuries that you referred to as blunt impact injuries, correct? Yes. And to be clear, blunt impact injuries are a very, very large category that includes contusions, lacerations, abrasions, and fractures. Correct. And you testified similarly that a blunt object can also refer to a large range of objects. Is that right? Correct.
And I think yesterday you gave the example of a microphone being a blunt object.
Correct.
It could also include something like a baseball bat,
Correct.
a dumbbell,
Could be.
the ground,
Yes.
or a German Shepherd's claws.
Claws. Possibly, yes.
You'd agree
Right
that
there.
John O'Keefe had a number of blunt impact injuries on his face, on his head, and his right arm.
Yes.
Besides his right arm, which we'll discuss in a second, taking his body from the neck down, he did not have any significant injuries.
From the neck down. Not significant, no.
Let's take those one at a time. No injury whatsoever to his shoulders.
Correct.
No injuries whatsoever to his chest area, aside from sort of the CPR-related injuries that you discussed.
Yes, correct.
And that was in the sternum. Is that right?
It was in the ribs, just adjacent to the sternum, yes.
Okay. No injuries to his torso, other than that.
No.
No injuries to his back.
No.
No injuries to his hips.
Correct.
No injuries to his pelvis.
Correct.
No injuries to his thighs.
To his,
Thighs.
no.
No injuries to his knees.
Correct.
No injuries to his shins.
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles.
Correct.
No injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, again, aside from those CPR-related injuries you discussed, correct?
That's correct.
Not a single fracture.
Other than CPR, correct.
And you spoke earlier about how the bumper was a little higher than on, say, a regular sedan, correct?
Correct.
And so usually in a pedestrian collision, you would see injuries to the knees. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depending on the kind of car, depending on the speed, depending on the height of the individual and the car, you might see injuries to their lower extremity. Yeah.
But in this case, you didn't see any injuries to his thighs, to his pelvis, anything even at the height of the bumper. Is that correct?
Correct. A very minor abrasion to the side of his right knee.
So surely you'd agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles per hour and being projected 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained. Break it down, ask it differently.
Would you agree?
I mean,
John
that's
O'Keefe's injuries
great
or
for
lack thereof?
closing. Because I mean, it is. She's doing a great job of just like kind of going through everything one by one of, so there were no injuries here. There were no injuries there. There were no injuries there. There were no injuries there. The only injuries John O'Keefe had was, and my face keeps getting red because I keep leaning on my hands, were above his shoulders. Or not above his shoulders, but mainly to his face, then his arm, but nothing below his chest cavity except for, like she said, from CPR that Karen Reed was doing. Nobody else was trying to help. So I really like that. For me, that speed is like a little bit of Jackson, but in terms of the way that she's like framing the question and just like her tone and her demeanor is very Yannetti. And I think it was good having her. It's very easy to understand what she's asking. That's the other thing. You're never confused.
Are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour.
I would say it's likely and unlikely at the same time, depending on the position of the body and the vehicle in question.
Well,
She's saying
let
it's
me give you a
possible,
hypothetical.
but it's
Let's
also
say
not
the person were
possible.
standing with their arm like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight
of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
So she was just holding up her arm like Trooper Paul was,
Give it
like,
her
oh
time.
yeah,
Sure.
John O'Keefe was like this with the glass in his hand flying through the air. Now they're approaching. I'm gonna zoom past this. Get back.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries to his arm, let's start there, are inconsistent with
his
having
arm.
been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour and then causing him to spin around and be projected 30 feet?
Okay,
Pirouette.
so you need to break it down.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injury to his arm are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I don't know. I am not a reconstruction expert. I'm not a biomechanics expert. I never
Oh.
personally inspected the car, so I can't offer an opinion on that.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. So then why was Buchanan and Tully trying to offer, well, Tully was trying to also be a weatherman. Why were they offering their medical opinion? But here we have a legitimate expert being like, no, like, I'm not going to testify to that because that's not my area of expertise. Yeah, as a person, I can have my own opinion about what happened, but I'm not going to testify to that as fact. So I respect the hell out of that. But also, too, listen to the words she's using. I am not a reconstruction specialist. I don't have biomechanics training. Well, that's exactly the type of training that Trooper Paul also doesn't. He doesn't have the biomechanics understanding. And I think she even says engineering. So not only is she discrediting or disqualifying any testimony that he, and she, she hasn't spoken to him, to my knowledge. So it's interesting that I'm not an expert in biomechanics or this thing or that thing. All of the things that you would need to be well versed in order to testify in trial. It's not like us. We're creating, I'm creating content on here. That's why I start every video out with, I'm not an expert in these things. I'm just somebody who has an opinion and I'm listening and I want to understand better and I want to learn more. I'm going to share my opinion, but I'm not going to say this is fact. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to claim to be an expert. I'm not going to go to trial where somebody's life is literally in the hands of all of these people testifying. The words that these people are speaking, it's in the hands of 14 random people. She does not know. Karen Reed does not know. And they have to decide whether or not she gets to live a free life or behind bars for something that the Commonwealth has failed to prove that she's done beyond a reasonable doubt. So yeah, I respect that she's like, I'm not going to give an opinion about that. Not in trial. Yeah, maybe at the bar when I'm shooting shit with my friends or whatever. Not here, not in court. Not when my career is on the line too. Heck no.
You did examine John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes,
You observed no significant bruising,
correct,
no fractures,
correct,
and no broken bones.
correct.
Hit by a 7,000-pound car.
I'd like to talk about the injuries to John O'Keefe's
No
face.
broken bones.
You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration on his right upper eyelid.
Correct.
You also described multiple abrasions on his nose.
2, yes,
Although these injuries may not have been the ultimate cause of his death, you'd agree that less severe injuries can still be very important in interpreting the manner or the context in which that person died, correct?
correct,
And in furtherance of that, you've been taught that when doing an autopsy, details matter,
correct,
no matter how small.
correct,
And that's one of the reasons as a medical examiner, you have to notate every single injury you find on a person. Is that
correct.
right? If I could show you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Lally.
Yes,
Sorry, after what?
the face was cleaned up
Okay.
at the time of autopsy. After the,
Was taken in connection with your autopsy. Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And is that a photograph that was taken in connection with your autopsy?
Yes, it was taken
They're
at
not
the time
going
of
to show
autopsy after the
this
face was
photo.
cleaned.
Move to admit.
I'm sorry, after what?
The face was cleaned up.
Okay.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
They show the hands, they show the arm, I think, but they don't show the face.
Permission to
The
publish?
injury
Yes.
to the face.
Are these the facial injuries that you were testifying to earlier?
Yes.
And could you kind of describe in that photograph what injuries you observed in his face?
The orbital ecchymosis on both eyes, the small laceration to the right eyelid, the abrasions on the nose.
And you testified that the injuries to his face were also the result of a blunt force trauma.
Correct.
So that's the laceration to the eye and the two abrasions that
In
you
the
see
front
around
of the
his nose.
face.
Correct.
And you agree that those injuries don't just manifest out of nowhere, right?
Absolutely.
They have to originate from something.
Yes.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent with having been punched?
That is a possibility.
You can take that down, Mr. Bates. Thank you. Your internal examination notes also cite a tongue laceration on the right front of the victim's tongue. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you'd agree that a tongue laceration can be also caused by blunt force trauma.
Correct.
And that could also include something like a punch to the victim's face or jaw.
That's a possibility.
In addition to the facial injuries, you described that Mr. O'Keefe had a significant laceration on the back of his head.
He had one laceration to the back of his head. Correct.
I believe we saw a photograph of that
Yes.
a little bit earlier. You testified that the skin around the laceration on the back of his head was also scratched. Do you recall
Yes, I do.
that? But you did not testify as to how you opined that might have happened.
No.
Would you agree that someone could certainly get scratched on the back of their head if they were, for instance, dragged on the ground?
It's possible.
You described the open wound to the back of his head as a laceration, which is sort of a blunt force injury that's not the result of sharp force trauma. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'd agree that Mr. O'Keefe's head injury came from some sort of blow to the back of the head, whether it be an object or the ground. Is that
Yep.
right?
Yes.
Objection.
And that injury could be the result of falling backward from a standing position onto concrete.
It's possible.
It could also be the result of being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell.
It's possible.
In other words, it was an irregular laceration that resulted from some blunt force trauma.
Correct.
I'd like to sort of circle back to those injuries to
But
Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
I mean, again, it's like if he's
You testified
getting
that-
projected, like, I just don't understand. If he gets hit with a car, why are the majority of his injuries on his face? Like, unless he was like leaning down like this and the bumper just hit like, wouldn't his head be like detached from his body? I'm genuinely curious, like, how that even makes any sense. And he gets a cut on his tongue. Like, come on now. Come on now. How do you get a tongue laceration if you don't get directly struck in the face?
That there were, again, no fractures, no broken bones, no significant contusions.
Correct.
But you did describe the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm as having discrete linear abrasions, which were caused by some sort of blunt object, correct?
Yes.
What does discrete mean?
It means each one is an individual injury as opposed to confluent where it would be all meshed together.
Your Honor, if I could publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19. Okay.
So I think they're going to show the hands now.
And these are sort of the linear wounds that you're referring to.
Yes.
His
You
arm.
testified that these also sort of appear in clusters or groups. You call
Yes.
them pattern abrasions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you'd agree that, for example, road rash does not result in this type of discrete linear wounds.
It could, but not exactly like this.
Well, typically road rash covers sort of a large area of the skin. It would be a large abrasion. I mean, you've seen numerous cases of road rash in your
Yes.
career. And it doesn't look like that.
Correct.
Blunt force trauma can include injuries from various objects, as you testified, including an animal claw, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that these discrete linear abrasions are inconsistent with having been struck by a smooth rear taillight at 24 miles per hour.
Objection.
Can you answer that, doctor?
I can't. By
Okay.
smooth, no.
All right, next question.
He's not going to testify to anything
By
specific
a
to the
smooth rear
vehicle.
taillight, you said that is not what you would see at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
As you testified earlier, you've indicated that based on the facts that were presented to you, you don't know what caused those significant scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
I do not.
No. So it could have been a dog. It could have been something else. But either way, it's like you that's not the Commonwealth's job to show what's possible. That's the defense's job to show what's possible as to what happened.
May I approach, Your Honor? Sure.
So it's like at this point, it's like forget the second degree murder charge and forget manslaughter because you can't even prove what happened or didn't happen beyond a reasonable doubt. It's all doubt. It's all
If I could just see what
questions.
was-
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Lally.
I wonder if this is the
Sir
hand?
O'Keefe's right hand.
Yes. Okay.
ma'am,
I just want to show you
Honor.
guys the hands.
Is there an objection?
May we approach?
Okay.
Okay, they're gonna approach. I just want to get to the hands, and then we're gonna jump to Lucky.
Marking for identification and exist appropriately.
Yes,
Okay,
Your
here we go.
Triple N for identification. Okay.
Dr. Scoribello, you indicated on direct examination that at least that one of the bruises from Mr. O'Keefe's right hand could potentially be attributed to an attempt to get IV fluid into the hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
During the course of your conducting your autopsy, you reviewed records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS, as well as Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reviewing records indicating that the IV fluids in this particular case were administered through the tibia and then later through a catheter at the hospital?
Yes, they were administered through intraosseous lines in both legs, shins, and at the hospital, they were administered through a femoral central line. Yes.
And you'd agree that bruising to the backs of hands is also
was my
consistent
pizza.
with defensive wounds.
Yes, that's correct.
And there are actually 4 separate distinct bruises outside of the one that you
Sorry,
discussed
I
earlier.
wasn't.
Also consistent.
Line. Yes. Yeah, at the hospital, they were administered through a femoral central line. Yes.
And you'd agree that bruising to the backs of hands is also consistent with defensive wounds.
So IV was not run through
Yes, that's correct.
Oh.
his hands.
And there are actually 4 separate distinct bruises outside of the one that you discussed earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, I would say 3, but I can see how you would say 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be 1 together. But yes, I can see how you would say 4.
And you testified yesterday that there was also an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's left hand.
There was a vague contusion on his left hand, correct?
Is
You were
he right
asking
or
Mr. Lally-
righty
Take
or
this
lefty?
down now, Ms. Little.
Yes, Your Honor.
Seems like he's a righty.
You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any sort of obvious signs of the fight because Mr. O'Keefe's fingernails were intact and you didn't observe any fractures on his hands. Is that right?
Correct.
But broken fingernails and fractured hands aren't the only observable signs of a fight. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you noted a laceration over his eye.
Yes.
You noticed multiple lacerations on his nose.
Abrasions on his nose. Yes. Yes.
Multiple abrasions on his nose.
Correct.
You noticed a laceration to his tongue.
Yes.
You noted the contusions on the back of his right hand.
Correct.
The injury, the contusion to his left hand as well.
Correct.
And as you just testified, bruising on the back of hands may be consistent with defensive wounds.
It could be.
So in fact, if you have a body that presents with a laceration to one of the brows, a laceration or abrasions to the nose, an egg over an eye, contusions and abrasions on the hands, and a laceration to the tongue, these injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
are those injuries consistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
They're gonna approach again.
Here's for a second. You indicated on direct examination that you reviewed some photographs from law enforcement that showed no footprints in the snow. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were those provided to you by Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Do you have those photographs with you?
No, I don't.
Do you recall what was depicted in those photographs?
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was the area of the fire hydrant and the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered. It's the front of the house, the area of the fire hydrant, and I believe the flagpole.
Thank you. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had multiple fractures to his skull, but that they seemed to be originating from a single point of impact on the back of his head. Is that correct?
It appeared so, yes.
Are you reasonably certain that all of his injuries were the result of a single impact to the back of the head?
It could be a single impact.
But it also could be multiple impacts, correct?
It could be, yes.
Because as you just testified, Mr. O'Keefe suffered multiple injuries to the front of his face as well.
Correct.
In other words, he could have suffered trauma to the face and then fallen and sustained the injury to the back of the head, correct?
That is possible, yes.
So yeah, what the defense is trying to say is that he could have like fallen down the flights of stairs, right? He could have been he was in some kind of fight, it seems like, and he unfortunately didn't have the upper hand in that fight. He lost that fight. You know, maybe he got one punch in. Maybe he threw the first punch, right? And that's why there's no more like she couldn't find like damage to his fingernails or any other injuries on his hands aside from that. Clearly he's a right. I mean, it would be good to know, like, can somebody testify to, is John O'Keefe a right-handed person or left-handed? Seems like he was right-handed, threw a punch, made contact, and then, you know, unfortunately he's beaten to death. So again, it's a lot of it could be, yes, maybe, it could be. So has this helped the Commonwealth? It doesn't. It doesn't. And I thought the text messages about like Proctor calling her a whack job, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Anything Proctor says is just trash and it's literal trash that can get thrown out. Thrown out. And what, if anything, that's just further supports the idea that any one of these scenarios could have happened, according to her. And this is the medical examiner. This is the person who's supposed to like wrap the whole case up in a nice, pretty bow to the jury and say, yes, like this is supposed to be the epic ending, the thing we've all been waiting for. To say, yeah, like this was a car accident. He was hit by a car. This is what this witness was supposed to have been. And she can't say it, and she's not going to lie. She's not going to lie about what she didn't see. She's not going to give a definitive answer because she knows that would be unethical. Doesn't matter what Trooper or Proctor or anybody, what kind of evidence we gave her the whole case, guys. So now we're going to move on. That was pretty much it with the medical examiner's testimony. It could be. It's all it could be. And feel free to watch through like the entire testimony here on Court TV. But yeah, it's just all could be. It could be. Could be this. It could be that. But it seems more and more likely that, yeah, he was in a fight. Got punched in the face. He got beaten to death. Who knows whether it was with hands, with, you know, exercise equipment, with a baseball, with anything. It could have been. And it doesn't matter because the defense doesn't have to prove that. The Commonwealth has that burden. And they didn't do it. So Now we're going to move on to we're going to go to Lucky Loughran. He is a snowplow driver. I think I just closed out of the right tab. And I also have this clip from Turtle Boy that I want to play too. This is a lot longer of a video than I anticipated. Day 29. Here we go. Okay, so this is Lucky Loughran. Again, he's a snowplow guy. He was plowing the roads that night. He went to school with the Alberts. He knows the Albert family very well. He worked for Chris Albert. Chris Albert, I guess, owns like a pizza shop or something. He makes pizzas for a living. And he would otherwise, I mean, by definition, you would think he'd be a total townie and want to protect these guys. But he's speaking up and saying, no, I didn't see John O'Keefe. I didn't see a dead body on the front lawn of Brian Albert's house at the time that you said. So to further disprove this timeline, that is just absolutely ridiculous, he does it. So we're going to get into it. We're going to get into his testimony. And then I'm going to play that clip from Turtle Boy too, to show like the microdots.
At the same time.
Video.
Correct.
And with regard to your familiarity with Chris Albert, can you explain to the jury
he's going to talk about his relationship
with him and what your relationship with him has been?
I went to school with him, elementary school. We went to middle school. Then he transferred to a Catholic school. Then later in years, I began to work for Chris for D&E Pizza, delivering pizzas.
There you go.
And
Chris Albert was his employer.
When you were delivering pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
I was 25, 26 years old.
And how many years did you deliver pizzas for him?
Up until I got married, 35.
So several years.
8 years.
8 years. Okay.
That's a long time.
And with regard to your interactions or
What if anything, he has motive to protect, right? To want to protect these guys. But he's not an idiot.
Describe that.
Kevin Albert would be through D&E Pizza if he came in. Through the police department, would see him on details.
All right. And were you friendly with him?
Yes.
With regard to Brian Albert, could you describe your interactions or your relationship with him?
Again, through D&E Pizzas, delivering pizzas to his house. Cordial, polite, would say hello.
All right. So you're friendly with the Albert family?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, where were you working?
I was working for the town of Canton.
In what department?
I was working in the sewer department.
Is that also called the water department?
Yes, water and sewer are combined.
And under what heading is that?
The DPW.
It's under the DPW, the Department of Public Works?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, were you one of the regular snowplowers for the town of Canton?
Yes.
And directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
What do you remember about that day, the 28th?
It was a potential blizzard. We had been given a start time.
All right. When you say you had been given a start time, what does that mean?
It means that we're expected to be in our trucks at a certain time on our routes.
Okay. And who gives those instructions back in January of 2022?
The supervisor for Canton DPW.
And who was that at the time?
William Walsh.
Also known as Billy Walsh?
Yes.
Now, when were you called in to do plowing that evening or early morning?
We were told to be in by 2:30.
And is that 2:30 a.m. or p.m.?
A.m.
Would that now be on January 29th?
Correct.
So what time did you arrive at the DPW that early morning?
About 2:15.
When you got there,
2:15
what did you need to do in order to go out plowing?
At this point,
I needed to get into my
John O'Keefe is supposed to have already been hit by Karen Reed's vehicle, already dead, like on the front lawn. Done. By 2:15. So keep that in mind.
And get that prepared to go out.
All right. And your truck, is there one that's specifically assigned to you when you plow?
Yes.
And does that truck have any particular nickname?
Yes, it's called a Franken truck.
And why is it called the Franken truck?
It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what
Also,
it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific
I
truck.
love that. That's what he named his truck. Or they
Lower
like
one?
Yes, there was a
named
truck
that
that was
truck.
very uncomfortable at the beginning to use, so they tried to make it as comfortable as possible.
And that particular truck, is it used for anything else other than snow plowing?
Yes, it's used for everyday use.
Now, so you get to the DPW at 2:15, you say that you get your truck ready. What does it that entail to get your truck ready, and how long does it take?
It takes about 5 minutes, but just basically you need to make sure it's got enough gas in it, so we're not going to
So
the
he's
route
good
and
to
running
go.
out of
So he gets
diesel
there at
fuel, which is not good.
2:30.
It's just basically going over
Good
the
to
truck,
go.
making sure
Or
you have
2:15,
everything you need for
good
that
to
night.
go.
And do you plow alone or with someone?
By myself.
Now, with regard to the visibility in your snowplow Franken truck, can you describe that for the jury, what you can see? What you can't see?
So the Franken truck has an air ride suspensions, an air ride seat. So the seat is raised so I can see over the hood, and I can see
Everything.
5 feet on either side of the passenger side, driver's side,
And when you say 5 feet, are you talking straight out from the?
from the windshield straight out.
All right. And what, if any, lighting do you have on Franken truck?
We have marking lights. We have 2 plow lights that are situated at the corners of the trucks, and it's up high. Illuminates very well. It's very well seen.
Okay. And with the extra set of lighting that you just described, how far can you see off to the sides in front of you and directly in front of you?
Probably 5 feet on the sides.
Well, so you already testified to that, 5 feet straight out.
Yeah.
But what about the sides going forward?
It's it's hard to decide to put into words, but I can see a real long distance. That visibility is fine. It is extremely. If you gave me probably 5, 10 feet, 15 feet out,
He can see
maybe even further.
everything.
And with regard to the lighting, how much light does that give off?
Enormous amounts. It's almost driving with a spotlight.
And with regard to the air ride seats,
Almost driving with the spotlight.
what action did you take with those that particular night?
I
That's
raised.
how bright these lights are. And this is why I love that Yannetti's going through this and he's breaking down what the truck, because it's important. It's important to know what kind of vehicle he was driving and how well he would been able to have seen at that point of the night. I mean, I imagine you have to be able to see everything, not just the snow that you're plowing, but also too, if you're gonna run into anything. And he does go into this too, why his truck is like this and why there are so many different lighting features as well too for him to see, because it, God forbid, he literally says, God forbid I hit into an animal or I hit a pedestrian. It's like, even too, hit into a stop sign, you don't know, especially when it's snowing and it's really dark outside. So yeah, you have to have full visibility. And if anybody would have been able to have seen or not seen a deceased man on a front lawn of stuff, like, you would see that. It's your job to see. It's your job to see so you can plow the snow out of the way. And you would, for damn sure, have seen whether or not there was another vehicle there or not. Why would you just, like, that, especially a Ford Edge?
Raised it so that the bottom of my knees would hit the steering wheel.
And what if
That's
any
how high up he
obstruction-
is.
obstructions, I should say, were in front of you that would prevent you from seeing what's in front of you or to the side?
Nothing.
All right. Now, do you have a specific route assigned to you?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that route? And by the way, that specific route, was that the one that you were assigned on January 29th?
Correct.
Could you describe that for the jury?
Yes, it's a route that consists of Cedar Crest from Kings Road to Chapman Street and everything in between. There are a lot of streets I could name if you would like, but Fairview is one, Spring Lane is one, Cedar Crest, Kings Road. Those are pretty important roads that I would consider major roads on my route.
All right. Now, that particular night, if you got there at 2:15, what time do you think you were on the road by in Franken truck?
I was on Cedar Crest about 2:30,
Love that.
2:35.
Now, with regard to Cedar Crest, I would like to show you a map if I can. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
He's gonna pull the map. I just wanted to see.
I've handed you a document. If you could just review that to yourself and then look up at me when you're done.
Okay, so I'm just gonna actually stop sharing for a second so you guys can see his route. I don't know if they're gonna pull it up. I can't remember if they do or not, but this is 34 Fairview. Whoop. 34 Fairview. So he was saying there's Cedar Crest, right? There's Spring Lane. I forget the other one that he mentioned. But this is, yeah, Kings Road. Kings Road up here, Cedar Crest. And then boom, he's coming down Cedar Crest like this. Because John O'Keefe's body was found in front of 34 Fairview. I'm just curious to see too. It blurred out all this stuff. Yeah, so this is the Albert. I mean, they blurred it out. Can't go any further. But yeah, so he would have been coming down this way. You're telling me you don't see a body? You don't see a body? Like, that's why I wanted to show you guys. All right, back to Lucky.
Do you recognize what's depicted on that?
Yes,
What is it?
it is my plow route and consisting of streets that I plow.
All right. And to be fair, that's a portion of your plow route, right?
Correct.
There are other areas of the city that you plow?
This actually depicts my actual physical route.
Oh, okay, great. And that's a fair and accurate representation of the streets as they existed back in January of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Any objections to that?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so they are going to publish
You
it.
testified that you got to Cedar Crest, I believe, you said 230 to 235 or so?
Correct.
All right, as we
So
look
that's
at
his
it, you see
exact
it on the
route,
screen.
what
Are you
we were
going
just
from
looking
right
at.
to left or left to right on Cedar Crest when you first approach Fairview?
Right to left.
Okay, so you're going sort of from the upper right-hand corner of the diagram down Cedar Crest toward Fairview. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Like this.
Raise your pointer and just confirm that route for the jury. That's okay. You see that's Fairview Road? Are you able to read that right?
I'm not, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Do you still have that map in front of you? Maybe that'll help you, Mr. Wall.
And actually, can I orient it so it's oriented just like that for now? Okay, that's how it's up on the screen.
Okay.
And by the way, I should have asked this, but is it in terms of is it you can't read the writing or you can't really see the outline of the streets?
Both.
Okay. Well, that's not going to help much. Okay. We have the lights back on. With the court's permission, can I leave that up on the screen while I ask a few more questions?
Sure, except you still can't see it.
Right. No, I know, but the jury can, so I think it would be helpful for them. All right. So you're coming down Cedar Crest,
Duh,
and
Bev.
would Fairview be on your left or your right when you first
You
approach it?
can't see
When I
it.
first approach, it's on my left.
Other
All right.
people
Now, do you
can.
take that left at that time?
No, I do not.
Why not?
At the time, I'm pushing snow, and we don't want to block any part of the road with snow. And taking a left would have left a row of snow. So I proceed to the end of Cedar Crest, do a cul-de-sac, and then head back up Cedar Crest.
Oh,
There's a
okay. I
cul-de-sac at the
see.
end
I
of Cedar
see. I
Crest.
see.
Correct.
Dead end.
Yes.
So, okay. So let's correct because I thought he was turning on. So we still have this pulled up. I want to get, yeah. Back out to this. Whoop. Okay, so he's saying he was coming down this way, but if he made a left, he would have plowed like a whole bunch of snow here. So he kept going to the end of Cedar Crest and then did like a pirouette in one of the cul-de-sacs and turned around and came back down this way. Okay. Before I get back actually to Lucky's testimony, I want to get to this video. So this is a video from Microdots, but from Turtle Boy's stream that I wanted to share with you because I just couldn't find this video myself. So I just pulled it up from his stream. Highly recommend you guys checking out both their channels, giving them a follow. I definitely think this community needs more lifting each other up and sharing each other's content. So want to give credit where credit is due. But this is an animation, so kind of going through Lucky's route based on what he just testified to and whether or not he would have been able to physically see John O'Keefe's body and where it was found at 34 Fairview. So we're going to get to this video.
I mean, look at that shit. There's no, come on. Fairview, 34 Fairview. I mean, he would have been right
Within
there.
the 5 to 10
The
feet.
lights would have been, especially because the road curves to the left. See how the road curves to the left? So if your headlights are straight and that's like right at the curve, it's going to be right on it. It's right there. There's no obstructions. It's as flat as you can get. Right there. No way.
Especially if there's no
It's
cars
a
in the
6 foot
road.
black blob, as Julie Albert called it. And like, look at this.
The light is right on
No
it.
way.
There's a fly flying around. Yeah, but see, there's no way. Like, his lights would have totally hit. His lights would have totally hit that. Sorry, I'm checking for pizza. Did pizza come? I'm gonna pause. I have to pause for pizza. Sorry, y'all. I ordered pizza like 2 hours ago, and it's like, hey, now we're like on our way picking it up. So had to pause for that. I was like, holy crap! Like I ordered this like 2 hours ago, and it's just getting picked up now. So, anyways, but I'm gonna play that video again just so you guys can see. I'll do it full screen. We'll play back.
Then let me show you what it's called. What Lucky would have seen. I mean, look at that shit.
Like
There's
the light
no,
totally hits
come
him.
on. Fairview, 34 Fairview. I mean, he would have been right there. The lights would have been, especially because the road curves to the left. See how the road curves to the left? So if your headlights are straight and that's like right at the curve, it's going to be right on it.
Yep.
Right there. There's no obstructions. It's as flat as you can get. Right there. No way. It's a 6 foot black blob, as Julie Albert called it.
So there you have it. I mean, and if you guys can find the actual clip, I don't know, it might have been just like a Twitter thing, so that might have been why I missed it. But again, with all the lights, he said it's like driving with a spotlight. So with a spotlight, I mean, yes, especially as you're coming down. If that's where he was found, there's no way his light would have missed it. And there was supposed to be, and he's going to talk about this in a second too. There isn't supposed to be any cars parked outside, but there was a car parked outside, a Ford Edge. And instead of being, a stickler about it because you knew the Alberts, which again just further proves it's like you have nothing to gain by testifying essentially against them. Because is this case even about Karen Reed anymore at this point? No. It's not. Like her name, the amount of times that her name is not mentioned is so versus like Jen McCabe, especially after the last few days. It's like, who's on trial? So Lucky says, I see a Ford Edge and I don't say anything because I don't want to give the Alberts any trouble. I don't want to, I don't want to be a stickler for it. I'll just, plow around it. It's fine. Even though a car is not supposed to be parked in the street. So we're going to get into that.
And you plow that?
Yes,
All right, so then when you come back up, is Fairview on your right or your left?
it is on my right.
What do you do?
I take that right and continue to plow.
Yep.
Now, are you familiar with the Albert residence on Fairview Road?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
Growing up in Canton, I knew where they lived.
Delivering pizzas.
Can I have exhibit 66 displayed with the court's permission?
Yes. Delivering pizzas. So now what's Yannetti going to show him?
It's on the screen.
Oh, I think we froze.
I start in the middle and I angle
here we
right
go.
with the plow.
Now, I want to direct your attention to when you were, your truck was essentially perpendicular to the driveway. You see the driveway in Exhibit 66?
Yes, I do.
When you were perpendicular to the driveway, where were your headlights pointed?
In front of me, in front of the truck,
I'm sorry?
in front of the truck.
And what were you able to see of the front lawn of the Albert residence that very first time you passed?
I was able to see the entire front lawn.
And about what time was it that you first passed 34 Fairview Road?
About 2:45.
Now, as you continued along past the driveway, did you continue to have all of those headlights on in front of you?
Yes.
And as you continued along, what were you able to see of that front lawn? How much of it?
A very large portion, almost to the front steps.
And now, when you're plowing, where is your attention focused, sir?
My attention's focused in front of me and then to the sides.
Why would your attention be focused to the sides?
I am trying to be aware of any side traffic,
It's
any
surrounding.
pedestrians, and God forbid, any animals.
God
And
forbid.
When
Love it.
you were passing the Albert residence, as you pass every home, what attention do you pay to the sides of the road and the lawns that are adjacent to the road?
I'm, again, making sure that there are no animals, no pedestrians, and making sure no one's coming out of their driveways, not expecting to see me.
And with regard to Exhibit 66, do you see the flagpole there?
Yes,
Is that something you had seen previously?
yes.
And when you made that first pass by that residence at 2:45 in the morning, sir, with your headlights on, what, if anything, did you see on the front lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I wonder.
I saw
So,
nothing.
and that's important. I'm going to replay that, but I couldn't help myself because Yannetti saying "what if anything" just made me laugh, and I wonder if he did that on purpose or not. I feel like that time he did it kind of intentionally to dig at Lally. What if anything?
To see me.
And with regard to Exhibit 66, do you see the flagpole there?
Yes,
Is that something you had seen previously?
yes.
And when you made that first pass by that residence at 2:45 in the morning, sir, with your headlights on, what, if anything, did you see on the front lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound man lying in the snow there, would you have seen it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why is that being objected?
Now, once you pass the residence,
I saw
where do you go?
nothing.
I go to the end of Fairview.
And what street does that intersect with?
That intersects with Chapman Street.
We have the previous exhibit, put that up with the court's permission. Sure. Same way, sir?
Yes, I do.
Where's Chapman Street on the exhibit? Down the bottom, the top, or your rear now, right?
Correct.
Do you take a left, or once you take that left, what do you do?
I back up and then take a left to go back down.
Okay, so
Fairview.
now
You're
it's
essentially doing it
when he comes
almost a
back
three-point
and
turn in the
around.
road?
Correct.
All right, so now, do you go back down Fairview at that time?
Yes, I do.
And how far?
This,
Back
what
To the
time is
crest in your
this?
rear now, right?
Correct.
Or exhibit. Down the bottom, the top, or which?
Down the bottom.
And when you come to the end of Fairview with Cedar Crest in your rear now, right?
Correct.
Do you take a left or a right on Chapman?
I take a left
All right.
onto
And
Chapman.
once you take that left, what do you do?
I back up and then take a left to go back down Fairview.
So you're essentially doing it almost a three-point turn in the
He's
road.
going back
Correct.
So
down.
now, do you
He's
go
not
back
doing
down Fairview
Chapman.
at that time?
Yes, I do.
And how far do you go down Fairview?
To the end, to Cedar Crest.
Now, at this point in time, you would also pass the Albert residence, correct?
Correct.
Would it be on your right or your left?
On my left.
Were you looking to the right and the left as you were coming down?
Yes.
How much light did your headlights illuminate of the Albert's front lawn as you were coming down from Chapman Street?
Coming down Chapman, just about the entire front lawn.
And again, with regard to that area around the flagpole, did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
All right. Now, after you've done these two passes, sir, where do you go?
I think take a right on the Cedar Crest,
That's 2 times he goes down there, doesn't see a body.
proceed up Spring Lane, come down Spring Lane, and then do the remaining of my route.
How long did it take you before you wound up back at Cedar Crest and Fairview?
About 45 minutes.
So I think you had previously testified you made the first pass around 2:45.
Correct.
So would that put us at about 3:30 when you're about to make the second pass?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask a different.
Sure, I'm sorry. What time was it, your best estimate in terms of when you would have approached Fairview and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to 3:30.
Now, when you approach that intersection again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time.
Correct.
What do you do when you approach Cedar Crest? I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th at 3:30?
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time.
Correct.
And then you come back up.
Correct.
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that time?
It would be on my right.
And did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that time?
So looking, just to stop Lucky for a second, just so you guys can see, because they don't have it up on their screen, our handy dandy map. So what Lucky was saying is that he went all the way down Fairview. This is Chapman Street. Instead of going down Chapman Street, he did like a 3-point turn, turned around, came back up. Now he's doing the right side, right? So then he's saying he could have turned down Carriage Lane or whatever I guess the street is. Maybe that's like a Old Ridge Road. Could have went. This looks like a cul-de-sac. Could have went down here. Could have went down here. This looks like another cul-de-sac or something like that, or a dead end. But he kept going until he hit Cedar Crest. So.
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road.
So the second time or third time,
in front of the Albert's house.
Where in front of the Albert's house?
By the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
The Albert's.
So-
Where in front of the Albert's house?
I just want to clarify. I want to make sure I'm getting this right. He's saying the second time.
Sure, I'm sorry. What time was it, your best estimate, in terms of when you would have approached Fairview and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to 3:30.
Now, when you approach that intersection again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time?
Yeah.
Correct.
So this is when he's coming
you
back.
approach Cedar Crest, I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th at 3:30?
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest?
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time?
Correct.
And then you come back up?
Correct.
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that time?
It would be on my right.
And did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that time?
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road.
Where was it parked on the side of the road?
In front of the Albert's house.
Where in front of the Albert's house?
By the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and it just stuck out as weird.
Interesting, isn't it? And there's a big difference between a Lexus and a Ford Edge. But again, you heard from him. He didn't see a body on the way there. He comes back around. There's the Ford Edge. And that's like around like 3:15-ish. But if Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe at like 12:30, I mean, they don't even know 12:45, which they debunked. Then why is he not there?
Now, what are the snow conditions like that point? This is now, I think you said about 3:15 to 3:30.
It's starting to.
Okay, so I mean that's pretty much the crux of Lucky's testimony. All right, cool. So we saw the microdots video. I want to get to Dr. Maria Russell's testimony. I also want to get to a little bit of Richard Green's testimony. We're going to zoom past just a lot of especially with Dr. Russell, just because we heard all of it during, well, not all of it, but a lot of it during voir dire. And her testimony is very long. Lally gets a little snappy with her a couple of times. Like, he's like this big shot. Like, I'm so qualified. Meanwhile, it's like, dude, is this your first day practicing law in court? Like, even Miss Little came off more professional and just asked way better questions and was more concise and clear than you. And she's not even, I think she's like a partner, but she's not, from what I could gather when I was watching Emily D. Baker's live stream of this. She was saying, like, you don't have to, just because you're a partner doesn't mean that you necessarily have experience practicing law like in a courtroom setting, or you don't have like court experience. So that's why she was most likely taking cross-examination of Scoribello. So we're going to move on from Lucky. We're going to go to Dr. Russell. Get through like a little bit of her background.
Did you also become at some point a professor or an assistant professor at LAUSC?
He just has an insane amount of experience. So, court. Okay. And then I'm pretty certain. Yeah, that's what I want to get to.
Yes, it reflects the injury.
With court's permission, may we display exhibit 19, please?
Okay.
Just as
Doctor, I
my
want to show
pizza is
you
going to
a
arrive.
photograph and ask you very quickly, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this one of a number of photographs that you reviewed in furtherance of your evaluation of this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to just focus your attention on this for just.
Sorry, y'all, my DoorDasher is like lost, and I had to like take care of that because I've literally been trying to eat all day. So, I mean, again, she has a wealth of knowledge. She has a law enforcement background. She has trauma center experience. She's been a professor. She's a published author. Like, there is nothing this woman has not done. That's so funny. Like, just as I'm talking, pizza arrives. So pizza's here. Kib's here. So yeah, she just has like a wealth of knowledge. And now Jackson's gonna ask her about John O'Keefe's injuries, which is the crux of her being here. So that's why I just wanted to skip right ahead to it. And if you want to watch her full testimony, you can watch Court TV's full testimony or watch other breakdowns, but we're just going to get right to the crux of it.
Yes.
His right arm. Doctor, you've listed several items that you reviewed and coming to your opinions and conclusions. Did you also review a toxicological report?
Yes.
And a neurology report, neuropathology report?
Yes.
As well, from the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Based on your review of all of those materials, I don't want to know what your opinion or conclusion is yet. Were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion concerning the injuries specifically to John O'Keefe's arm?
Yes.
Or his right arm?
Because that's what he can talk about. Or she
Were
can
there
talk
any
about.
documents
He
in
can talk
furtherance
about
of your review from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review those?
pathology.
Objection.
Sustained.
With court's permission, may we display exhibit 19, please?
Okay.
This is whether or
Doctor, I want
not
to show you
she's
a photograph.
she's published articles about dog bites. So I think she said she worked on like, if I'm remembering correctly, I'm fairly certain she said like over 500 cases that involved like dog bites or police canine bites. So
and ask you very quickly, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this one of a number of photographs that you reviewed in furtherance of your evaluation of this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to just focus your attention on this for just a quick second and ask you, does this accurately reflect the wounds or injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes, it reflects the injuries that I saw in photographs.
All right. Now, based on your review of all of the data that you talked about, all of the information that you were given and reviewed, what is your opinion or conclusion about how these injuries were sustained?
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of the injuries.
Could you describe for the jurors, please, on what you based that opinion?
Yes. Well, may I use the?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. There's a number of patterns here. There on the upper part of the arm, there's parallel lines, and those were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks. So there's a number of patterns that could be teeth or claw mark. And so this is one set right here. This is the one further down, closer to the elbow, is another set of parallel marks. Again, probably most likely from teeth marks. And the reason I say that is, in addition to the parallel marks up here, down here, there's also little punctate, incomplete puncture marks. Here, little round marks right there that were inflicted by the actual point of the tooth.
Okay, that was my question. What relevance does that have to your determination that this was likely caused by an animal?
Yes, and I can explain in a moment the various kinds of wounds that animals can inflict. But going on with the picture first. So then down right at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below, some punctate, superficial, round, small abrasions, again, representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. And then there are some irregular wounds down just below the elbow. And these are all, by the way, on the exterior surface, or what we call what doctors would call the posterior surface of the arm, which is the part of the arm that would sustain defensive type wounds. So if someone were to protect themselves.
Objection.
So it's sustained. Next question.
Sure.
Could have protected himself from an animal.
Just to clear up what you said a little earlier.
She didn't
about
say from like a
moving
person
close to the
attacking
elbow.
him.
Is it your opinion that both the top teeth and bottom teeth could have created some or all of the injuries on that elbow area?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, instead of the mouth going all the way around the arm, it could have, the top and bottom jaw could have situated itself on this portion that we're seeing, the posterior part of the arm?
Yes. And in this case, the animal did not get a good enough contact.
Objection. Move to strike.
So I'm going to strike that, ask a different question.
Have you seen?
I mean, she believes it was an
contact
animal
wounds
attack.
where the animal
So
dog,
she
for
said
instance,
it.
It's a very solid purchase on the leg.
She didn't say,
Yes.
and that's the other thing too, because I think Lally was trying to argue this, like when he filed the motion during voir dire day, is he was trying to, or it might come up in his redirect, that she said the Albert dog attacked, and she never once mentions the dog's name is Chloe, which was soon, not too long after this whole incident happened, was rehomed mysteriously to somebody. I think they said they met them like halfway in like New Hampshire. It was very bizarre. Talking about the rehoming of the dog to someone mysterious. So, I mean, I think it's more than likely they put the dog down, but that's just my opinion. Apparently the dog was rehomed. I hope the dog was given to a family that actually treats animals the way that they should be treated, very nicely, loved, and not with evil people. But anyways, yeah, Lally was trying to further just like discredit her, and just like it's gonna come up later. I'm kind of like trailing off, losing my train of thought as I'm like going through this, because I'm like pizza, but
Okay, is that this or is this something else?
Something else.
Describe that.
Well,
oh yeah. Sorry. Okay, it just came back to me. Yeah, Lally pretty much just saying like, she said, you said that it was the Albert dog that did it, and she's like, no, I didn't. Like, she didn't say that. She didn't say it was the Albert dog. She just said, in this case, an animal. She didn't even say dog. She believes it's a dog bite because she would be the person to know about that. But it's just clownish.
Injuries. The type of injury depends in part on the actual type of contact and how much force is applied by that animal, in addition to any relative movement between the animal and the victim in this case. So, for instance, in the law enforcement dog bites, many of...
Objection.
Right. So the nature, is it notice? Is it, what's one word?
May we approach?
Okay.
Literally, Bev is like, what is the problem? She's not even saying in this case. She's just saying, for instance, with a police canine bite, this is what could happen. This is what it would look like. That's within the scope. I don't understand. So they're gonna do their little sidebar thing.
Thank you. Without getting into any specifics about police canines,
okay,
does this appear as a pattern
So,
of injuries that
Lally
you see
won
appear
that one.
consistent with an animal or a large dog?
Yes.
Does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to
Also,
just
do
the
we
right
know
arm,
Chloe
is that
was
also
a
consistent
police
with an animal
canine?
or large dog?
Yes, it can be.
Is the direction of the injuries, or the consistency of the direction of the injuries, or the parallel injuries, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog attack?
Yes.
Based on everything that we've discussed today, Doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog?
Yes.
That's it.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's it. So she says, yes, it could have been caused by a dog. Where's Lally? On redirect. He gets like snippy, like right out the gate, like just overly aggressive for no reason. And it's kind of funny. So I do want to play it.
Attack, whether they be claw marks or bite marks or anything else?
No,
So nothing on his left arm, correct?
nothing that identified as a dog bite or
Nothing on
scratch.
his legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you say an animal attack, possibly a large dog, correct?
Yes.
Can you say what type of animal left these marks that you attribute to an animal attack?
Not with 100% certainty. No.
Can you say where physically Mr. O'Keefe was located when those the animal attack supposedly occurred?
Objection.
Can you say that?
Can you say where John O'Keefe was? Because where was the area of impact, Lally?
No.
Okay.
Can you say when Mr. O'Keefe purportedly sustained these injuries from an animal attack?
Well, to a certain degree, yes. Before, yeah, it was before death, but not long enough to have a big inflammatory reaction. So yes.
Based on wounds, yeah.
Minutes to hours before death.
Minutes to hours before death, but at some point before death, correct?
Yes.
Can you say anything about the breed of dog?
No.
Can you say anything about
So-
whether it occurred inside the house, outside the house, anything like that?
Again, what she's saying is, and like, do you hear like Lally? Like all of a sudden he's projecting his voice. He knows how to speak loudly, which is just interesting. But you can tell like there's such a shift in tone. Like now he's like, I'm bad cop. I'm the big bad. Watch out, Dr. Russell. Like, let me just attack your character. And it's like, we're not falling for it. Stop it. Stop trying to come off a certain way. You're not going to win the jury all of a sudden now that you're trying to lawyer. That's what it feels like. You're now attempting to lawyer and you just look like a fool. So yeah, she's saying like I don't know like where the injuries were sustained. Why would I like that's not what I'm here for. That's what you're here for. You're supposed to prove the how. The how, the when, and the what. You have to prove the why, but you have to at least the what, the when, and the how. And you have not done that. Then you go in attacking this witness. He was very charming and adorable, in my opinion, and probably the smartest person in this room at this point. He was like doing this. I mean, yeah, she's getting paid, I'm sure, like very well. But she's also being filmed for millions of people like me, looking at her every move. And you attacking her isn't gonna like, you just come off like a bully. In not a good way. It's like, there's no, like, she is the unbiased person in here. She's not a witness. She's not directly related to the case. She's just here to do her job and say, based on my experience, this is what I think. It's not my job to know all of these other things. And now she's saying that it's likely the dog bites occurred before John O'Keefe passed. He was murdered before he died. Well, not before he was murdered, but before he died. So he could have been dying when the dog attacked him. So again, it's like, what is this proving for the Commonwealth? You can't even lock in a timeline.
That
No.
as far as you mentioned some of the different things that you
Hell, she's
reviewed
like
over the
also
course of
pissed.
your
Like, why are
testimony,
you attacking my
for
character, bro?
the preparation of your testimony, both prior to Tuesday and between Tuesday and today. Any of those things contain any forensic reports or phone examinations or anything else related to this case?
Could you repeat that? I didn't. What kind of examination? Phone?
Any materials that you reviewed, whether it be prior, sometime between May 17th and Tuesday, or anything that you
Why
reviewed
would
between
you-
Tuesday and today.
Why?
Can any of those materials that you reviewed contain any sort of forensic reports or
See how
anything
like
beyond
attitude he
UC
is?
days?
Yes, I saw a photograph.
You saw photographs. And to that point, you never actually saw Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct? You just saw photographs?
And the other, Michael Proctor didn't even go to the crime scene. So like, come on, Lally.
That's true.
And with respect to the UC Davis report, as far as canine DNA, are you aware that the results of that were that there was no canine DNA on Mr. O'Keefe on swabbings that were sent to the UC Davis lab?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, but there was clothing in between.
Okay, but the swabbings came from the clothing with hairs in the
Okay.
clothing in the same area as the injuries, correct?
Okay.
Do you know that or no?
I couldn't tell if they came from the wound or the clothing. I thought that they came from the clothing, but
You couldn't tell by reviewing the report whether or not swabbings came from clothing or from Mr. O'Keefe's body.
I know the clothing was sent to the laboratory,
You know the clothing was sent to what laboratory?
to the DNA laboratory.
Yeah, let's talk about the clothing for a second, Lally. We want to talk about the clothing and how the clothing was drying on what was it, like parchment paper or whatever for several days. Not to mention it was put in the same bag together. So like if you're going to talk about DNA and whether it's conclusive or inconclusive, well, it doesn't even matter because it doesn't, the way that the evidence was preserved, it doesn't matter. There's room for cross-contamination. So now you're trying to say that the DNA is accurate. Okay. Okay.
To UC Davis?
Oh, I don't know that. No, I'm sorry.
She's not, but it's like she's looking at the photograph. She's saying, this is what looks like a dog bite, period, end of story. He's like, well, the DNA. It's like, yeah, well, none of that can be relied upon because if you're going to opine about the number of times he uses opine, I can't. If you're gonna bring up DNA, if you're gonna bring up the clothing, if you're gonna bring up all that, then you're just opening yourself up for a whole other reckoning. Because the jury did not forget the chain of custody. The jury did not forget how those items were stored and preserved. The jury did not forget that. So don't think that you're one-upping anybody, Lally.
You are aware that that came back as far as negative for any canine DNA.
Can't rely on it.
Now,
How
as
can
far
you
as
possibly
the injuries that
rely
you
on
observed,
that?
your testimony is that both the top teeth of whatever animal this is and the bottom teeth of whatever animal this is both made contact with only the top of Mr. O'Keefe's arm or the posterior of his arm?
Both sets of teeth made contact with certain of those wounds, yes, but not all of them.
But neither the top nor the bottom teeth made any contact that you observed, assuming your issue as far as an animal attack. There's no evidence of any animal attack on the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by bottom.
Interior?
Interior? That's correct.
And nothing on the posterior or the interior of his left arm?
That is correct.
And nothing on his legs?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso?
Correct.
Nothing on his head, is that correct?
Correct.
Well, I don't think the defense is trying to say that the dog killed John O'Keefe. They're just saying that there's a possibility that the dog attacked John O'Keefe. That's what it looks like. And I think Lally's trying to say, well, why would the dog only attack this part of John O'Keefe and not the rest? And it's like, I don't know. Like, why do mosquitoes love... I mean, I kind of know the answer to this because they're attracted to like sweat, but like, why do mosquitoes love to bite around people's like ankles and like close to the vein and or like places where there's a lot of sweat because the sweat attracts them. They can smell like, I guess I'm speaking out of my butt, but like they're attracted to the sweaty parts of you. It's like, why? Just like it is what it is. And I don't know if dogs are the same way. I'm not a dog person. Sorry. I know that's going to probably get me killed for saying that, but I'm more of a cat person. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if they're attracted. Like there's something like in the pheromones or something that attracts them to a particular part of the body, or I don't know. Does it matter? It looks like what it looks like. Let the jury decide.
Now, as far as the marks that you did observe that you do attribute to an animal attack, can you even say with certainty whether or not those marks you feel are bite marks versus scratch marks? Do you have any idea which are which?
There may be a combination.
So is that no?
Well, no, I think that the ones that had the linear abrasions above
But she
the small round punctate abrasions, I believe that those are bite marks from upper and lower teeth.
It's not just bite marks, Lally. That is what she's saying. It's also claw marks.
Now, you indicated
Makes
that
sense.
part of what you had reviewed
She's had it with
was
Lally too.
a dog bite history for a dog from 34 Fairview Road named Chloe. Is that right?
Yes.
And there were a couple different instances of that dog essentially getting in a fight with other dogs, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see anything in there as far as a dog going after a human in which there was no other dog present?
No.
And there were actually photographs contained within that material of dog bites from that dog, from Chloe, correct?
Yes.
Did any of those dog bites that you saw in those photographs look anything like what you observed in the photos that you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No, but okay.
Oh, man.
Yeah, she.
No, so
she
the
can't
answer is no.
explain.
You can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but
She can't on. This is something that I'm learning too, is on redirect, because this is a defense witness. She can't excuse me, wow, I got that totally mixed up. On redirect from the defense, she can explain, she can elaborate more on her answer. On cross, it's yes or no. There you can't explain, you can't follow up. So that's why she got cut off. That's why Jackson objected. That's why the judge is gonna overrule the objection.
the answer to that question is no. Next question.
But she's saying, like, she's saying she isn't. She didn't say it was Chloe or not Chloe. She said it was a dog, and it's yes, the defense's theory that it could have been Chloe, or it could have been a different dog. It doesn't matter. But those sure as hell aren't tail light marks, striations from the shadow. Give me a break. It's more than likely, and I'm like, even like, what about raccoons? Like, I don't know. What's the wildlife out in Canton? Is there like a big population of stray dogs? I mean, she's the dog bite expert, but I would be curious. I mean, it looks like, for me, it looks like animal bite marks. Whether or not it was Chloe, whether or not it was a different dog, whether or not it was a different animal, that could have been. I mean, I don't know. Are there fox around? Are there because I know where I lived for a while. I lived back home on Long Island. I lived for a while up on the North Shore, and there was like woods. Like, I lived the woods were my backyard. Really cool hiking trails right on a river. It was beautiful. And there were so we, at the time, me and my wife, were living with my wife's uncle, and we would park her motorcycle up on like the driveway. So like, there was no fence, like no nothing in their backyard. It was all open. So it was their backyard, then the woods. She would park her bike up at the very end of the driveway, but that's like all the way up the hill. They were on a hill. And one night, I remember there was like a fox that was just staring my wife down, and she was like, holy crap. Because there's a lot of deer around there. Obviously, deer aren't going to make those kinds of marks, but is it possible it could have been a fox? I don't know what the wildlife is like in Canton, but I know where I lived for a while, there were fox. Could it have been a fox? Could it have been another kind of canine-like animal, or just another animal? I don't know. But again, the realm of possibilities make this whole thing a problem, because you cannot definitively say these were caused by taillight, by John O'Keefe's body cracking the taillight. That's what Trooper Paul said. John O'Keefe broke the taillight with his body, with his arm, I think. And that's how he got, or sorry, with his body. And then pieces of taillight flying in the air just scratched up his whole arm like that. Give me a break. Give me a break. It's more than likely that even like I said, a raccoon, something. It doesn't matter at this point. It's like so many things, like the timeline, like these are just other little things just to pile on even more doubt. So it's not, is it helping Lally? No. It's just creating more questions. You could tell she does not like Lally.
That what you observe on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is consistent with an animal attack to the exclusion of any other possibilities?
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, yes.
So as far as any other sort of blunt impact injuries or other manifestations of how those fractures got there, you're saying, nope, had to be an animal attack.
I've seen thousands of wounded.
What I'm asking is,
All right.
She's seen thousands, bro, and you have tried how many court cases, because this seems like your first rodeo. Sorry, just saying.
So, Mr. Lally, I'm going to let the witness answer.
Thank you.
I've seen thousands of people with injuries to their skin, and from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like blunt force injuries.
Sorry, Lally. You are messing with, she is like holding her own. She's like, you're messing with the wrong lady. Because again, she not only has a background in just this specific area, but she's treated patients as she was a supervisor. She was also one of the practicing medical professionals to treat patients who have been through extensive, like she said, I think like gunshots in LA, motor vehicle accidents involving pedestrians, everything. She's seen it all. So like, yeah, she would know that it's insulting. And you can tell she's insulted. Because this is a woman who's like, you're also trying to make her seem like she doesn't know what she's talking about. And this is her credibility. She's being filmed. It's not like this is a closed court where there aren't, cameras and journalists inside. And, this isn't like, it's not a very high profile case. It's a very high profile case. And she's from Massachusetts. So again, it's like you're trying to discredit her and it's insulting. If you're going to go for the day, like don't do it like that. Don't do it. And I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to follow up and pull a Jackson. And it's like, well, no, Jackson can do that to your witnesses because they don't have the training or the medical expertise or the background like this woman does. I'd be pissed too.
So it's your testimony that the injuries to his arm don't look anything like blunt force injuries that you've seen before. You wouldn't characterize them as that?
That's correct.
And that's based on some photographs and there. You're saying, nope, had to be an animal attack.
I've seen thousands of wounded.
What I'm asking is.
All right. So, Mr. Lally, I'm going to let the witness answer.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I've seen thousands of people with injuries to their skin, and from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like blunt force injuries.
So it's your testimony that the injuries to his arm don't look anything like blunt force injuries that you've seen before.
No, you just said that.
That's correct.
And there you have it. There you have it. Lally making himself look like an absolute clown. Trying to discredit this woman. This woman is holding her own. Props to you, because Lally's a clown. And now we're going to get to our last witness of the day, Richard Green. He is the cell phone expert for, I'm just going to remove this for a second. He is a cell phone data expert for the defense. So we're going to just zoom past that. I also think that was like close to the end of Lally's, I don't think they had any actual redirect. Curious. Just want to see, did they have any? Oh, they had a little bit of a, I'll get a little bit into redirect.
Dog, highly trained canines, police dogs, correct?
Yes.
Very different than just a domestic dog that somebody might have as a pet, correct?
Correct.
And the bite injuries are very, very different as well, aren't they?
That is correct.
You were asked whether or not you were aware, based on UC Davis's report, that there was no canine DNA found on the swabs that were sent to them, correct?
Yes,
Are you also aware that there was pig DNA?
I'm aware of that.
Did that have any impact in your, did you analyze that at all, one way or the other?
Not to any degree of scientific certainty, no.
But you do know that dogs chew on pig ears sometimes, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Pig ear.
You've reviewed at least a report, if not a series of reports, that indicate that a particular dog has an attack history, correct?
Yes,
You were asked specifically by Mr. Lally whether or not the wounds in a dog attack on another dog attack where a human stuck a hand in the middle look anything like these, correct? You remember that question?
I remember a question like
And
that.
you said no, but, and then you were cut off. Remember that?
Yes,
Can you finish that answer for us?
yes. So animals and dogs in particular can inflict a wide variety of injuries on the skin, from just individual puncture wounds to abrasions where there's a scratching of the skin, to where there's actually a pulling away pulling away of the skin from the underlying tissues, the ripping effect. And so there's a variety of wounds that or patterns that one can see from an animal attack. It depends a lot on the thickness of the skin, the movement of between the victim and the animal, and also the power of the animal and the training of the animal. Yes.
So in other words, not all wounds inflicted by a particular animal are going to look exactly the same.
Correct.
Very dynamic situation, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doctor, having seen up to 1,000 bite and claw marks on the human body, and based on your review of the entirety of the case file that you reviewed, including the nature and the pattern and the consistency of the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the nature of those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is your ultimate conclusion and opinion about the injuries that you saw and that you reviewed and that we saw today?
Objection.
Sustained. I mean, she already gave her opinion. Like, isn't
Can
she
you tell the
allowed?
viewers at the end of the day, what is your opinion and conclusion about those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
Donna, can we approach?
Yeah, I mean, like, isn't that in the scope of what you agree? Like, she's allowed to give her opinion. She already stated her opinion. So.
You. Muted. Mr. Lally, you had no more questions?
No, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So Lally won that one. That was it on direct, but redirect. So you can see what I was talking about before is that gives her the opportunity the witnesses the opportunity to explain and expand more on their answer that they were asked during cross. So interesting stuff. Now we're getting into Mr. Green's testimony. Then we're going to round out this video, guys. This is a long one. I expect the next video will probably be just as long because it's the reconstruction specialist.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you very much.
Bev also loves like being the center. She loves being like a judge and just being taller than everybody in a courtroom. She gets so happy when people stand for her. It's just like an ego boost.
Defense calls Richard Green.
Okay, so Nettie's gonna handle this one. We're probably gonna zip past a little bit of his background stuff.
Now, direct your attention to September of 2022. Were you contacted by somebody to become involved in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Who that was?
I believe it was Ms. Little.
What were you asked to do?
Well, there was 3 cell phones related to this case and to provide relevance with the data on those phones as related to the incident on January 29, 2022.
Okay, and were you aware of the owners of those 3 phones?
Certainly. It was Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, I'd like to ask you first, if I can, about John
Because-
O'Keefe's phone.
Nobody, as you recall from Garino's testimony, is he never had to look at Brian Albert's phone or Julie Albert or Nicole Albert or Chris Albert or Colin Albert. None of the Alberts. Didn't have to go through any of their phones. Didn't have to go through any of the Nagel, like nobody else's. Didn't have to go through anybody else's cell phone. But Jen McCabe, because she made that dumb Google search, John O'Keefe, obviously, he's the victim, and Karen Reed. Why Karen Reed? Why? She wasn't there. We just went through the timeline. We finally have an idea of a timeline. And it didn't come from the Commonwealth. It came from the defense disproving all of the evidence that the Commonwealth has presented. I can't even say again this far because they're done. They rested their case. Unless they bring in like a witness to rebuttal Dr. Russell's testimony.
How did you receive the data from that phone, if you remember?
Yeah, we received what's called an image file, and that's a forensic term that we use. Essentially, it's a copy of the data that's encapsulated into a single file. In this case, it was a zip file.
Did you examine that data?
I did.
What were your goals during your examination of John O'Keefe's phone? What were you looking for?
Well, initially what was reported was the location data. We wanted to get an idea of
Where was he?
When he had arrived and anything else that we could tell from that as far as location.
And when you say when he arrived, do you remember the location that you were asked to learn when he arrived?
34 Fairview.
In Canton?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you able to determine as a result of your examination approximately when his phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road according to the location data?
Yes, sir.
And how did you do it?
Sure. Well, I say we, so that's proverbial we. I extracted the location cache data, which is stored in the on your phone, and it's in the certain location. We exported that out, and then we use a tool called CellHawk, and we import it in there, so we can take literally thousands of data points and automate that process to specific GPS locations, and just as importantly, the range of accuracy that that location is reporting.
Okay. So according to the process that you underwent, what time did the location data indicate that John O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022?
So the first one right to the driveway was at 12:24 and 28 seconds.
12:24 and 28 seconds?
12:24, 28 seconds.
If I asked you to filter John O'Keefe's location data within an accuracy of 3 feet using CellHawk, could you try to do that?
Yes, sir.
In fact, did you try to do it?
I did.
When?
Last night.
Who asked you to do that?
You did, sir.
He loves those. He's like, I love my job. I want to talk about it. Yeah, you see how he's like smiling. You see how like, all the defense witnesses are just lovely people. And then the people that the Commonwealth is calling are just like miserable, literally whispering, muttering under their breath, kill me. But this guy's like lovely. He's like, yeah, I'm dedicated to my work. I love what I do. I want to talk about it. And that's the same exact impression we get from Dr. Marie Russell.
All right.
Recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the CellHawk program. It has a kind of a central box here that says database settings, and this is where we apply a certain filter.
And what filter did you apply?
This was for the accuracy of less than or equal to 3 feet.
With regard to what?
John O'Keefe's location data.
Is that
So how far was he from
is the data on that document exactly what you received when you used the CellHawk program to filter the data?
Yes, sir.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
No objection.
And then 20 minutes later, he's dead.
Sorry, I thought he said objection.
So you need to give it to Madam Court Reporter.
I'm all flustered. Sorry. And if the witness could have that.
Okay, so he's going to pull it up.
Okay, so Mr. Green, what are we looking at?
Okay, so that is the screenshot from the CellHawk.
And what can you tell us about what you learned from that exhibit?
Well, I'll just use the pointer here, might help. You can see up in this part here where this is where we apply the filter for 3 feet or less. That'd be the accuracy. And then it actually returns 0 results, meaning all of the data within there had a an accuracy rating higher than that 3 foot. It could be 5 meters or 10 meters, but none of it was granular enough at a 3 foot or less accuracy level.
And if you had inputted accuracy of within, say, 500 feet, what would you find?
Yeah, you would see then a large number of circles, each circle representing the meters that the accuracy would be related to. What's really important to understand, though, is you don't want to look at just the middle of the circle. That accuracy indicates it could be anywhere in the circle. So if you saw one and it encompassed 2 or 3 houses, you could only draw that inference of somewhere in that circle. So it's kind of like how the hurricane, they say don't just look at the cone, right? Because it could be different than that. Also, the accuracy, this is Apple's best guess of what the accuracy is. So it could actually be different than that. It's Apple is using a number of services, and they're giving back the best estimation that they can for the accuracy.
Which makes sense. And I have this dumb fly that keeps flying in my face. Sorry, guys, if I'm like, keeps flying on me. Which makes sense because I don't know if you guys, my Apple users, if you guys share your location with your loved ones. My wife literally gets like that was like a condition of when we started dating and getting together, was that she needed to know needed to have my location, and it's for a good reason too, because you just don't know. So there are times where she'll be like, hey, I'm on my way back home from work, where if she doesn't text me, I'll look at her location. And it sometimes it updates as quickly in real time as possible, but also too, sometimes it says oh, you're here, or she'll be looking at my location. She'll be like, oh, where, are you at home? Where are you? And then I'm like, no, I'm actually not in the apartment, but I'm upstairs at the gym, or it'll show when I'm at the gym, because it's on a different part of the apartment building I live in. It might look like I'm across the street, I'm within that area. So that's pretty much what he's saying. He's saying it's accurate, but it's not that. Yes, that one point, that is the exact location area. So again, if we're going to talk area of impact, it's the same. It's the same thing.
Okay, so we've talked about the location cache data and where it put John O'Keefe's phone in terms of arriving at.
I'm just going to speed this up.
Was there also Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone during that time?
Certainly, yes.
Is Apple Health data generally accepted within the forensic science community as being reliable?
Well, the Apple Health data comes from something called HealthKit, but it's integral to the iOS system. So anyone that has an iPhone probably seen Apple Health data, and it's known to have extremely valuable data that the forensic tools work with and present to us.
They're going to get
the
into
degree of
steps.
accuracy, it depends on the type of data that's being pulled out on the artifacts. For example, steps are known to have an accuracy of around 98%.
Pretty high
on the actual steps occurring.
So if the Apple Health data returns, for instance, steps, 20 steps within a certain time period, 98% of the time Apple's going to be right?
That's what studies have shown.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes. So that's pretty accurate. Not 100%, but it's close, and that's all they need. They don't need 100% accuracy. They don't need 100% proof.
Yes, I do.
You just
This
need
is
to present reasonable doubt.
This lists out Apple Health data for that was from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right, that came from the data that you received, the image file of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That is correct.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
So,
No objection.
And with the court's permission, may I publish that, Your Honor?
he's just so jolly.
Specifically, I'd like
He's
to
so happy to
start
be
with
there.
Page 2, record 2.
It's a big TV moment.
Hey, Mr. Green, are you wearing the right glasses to be able to see the scene?
Yeah, I probably need bifocals here. I keep switching glasses, but
Are you able to read what is on the screen? Or if it's easier, you can look on your document in front of you. It's page 2, record 2.
yeah, I think I'm going to have to do that. I can probably still see good enough to do the laser one. I'm sorry, which record is this you're looking at?
Page 2, record number 2.
Okay, yes, I have that in front of me.
What does record number 2 show on page 2 of John's Apple Health data?
Sure. So this is the number of meters. It's listed as 87.74, and the time is listed between 12:21 and 10 seconds. And there's a milliseconds after that, but I'll just round it off to the second if you don't mind. So 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds.
Okay. And you said that it showed 87 meters traveled during that time period?
Correct.
And with regard to that same time period, 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 22 seconds, please turn to page 5. And Mr. Bates, if you would zoom in on record number 2.
Yep.
Okay. What does record number 2 reflect?
It's the same time period, and the steps taken is recorded as 80 steps.
Okay, and you said the same time period, so again, 12:21:10 to 12:24:22, correct?
Correct.
All right, now I'd like to direct your attention to page 4, record number 1. As Mr. Bates, you could post that. And when you're ready, Mr. Green, if you could tell the jury what that reflects.
Sure. So this indicates 3 sets of floors. That represents elevation change, so it doesn't indicate to us up or down, but 3 steps, and the time period for that is 12:22:14 to 12:24:37.
Okay, did you say 12:21:14 to 12:22? I'm sorry, 12:24:37?
Yeah, 12:22:14 to 12:47:37.
I see. And with regard to all of this data, the 80 steps and the 3 flights of stairs that you mentioned, is it possible to pinpoint where within the time frame that's given those steps or flights of stairs were ascended or descended?
No, the most granular we can get is the time period, and it doesn't signify as any more likely at the beginning of the time period than at the end of the time period than at some time in the middle. And if you think logically, like distance traveled, that doesn't happen at a split moment. It happens over a period of time. So time is a factor in that equation, and this is how the Apple records that data. You got to look at the time overall.
Okay, so you don't know if the steps are bunched up toward the beginning or to the end or more evenly spread out?
No, I would not be able to tell you that.
Now we've discussed the Apple Health data. I want to go back for a second to talk about the location data on the iPhone. Does that data that you've already talked about in terms of the arrival time that it gave for John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, does that arrival time fall within or outside the range of 12:21 and 10 seconds, or 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 37 seconds?
Well, there is that certainly indicates an overlap, but the health data is ending after the arrival. And
now, I'd like to discuss with you the concept of clocks used by apps on an iPhone.
Sure.
Are you aware of the 3 different clocks that are used by iPhone apps?
I am.
What are they?
We have 3 separate internal clocks. You have a monotonic clock, a baseband clock, and a wall clock.
Okay, and is the wall clock also called a display clock?
Yeah, that would be also a common name for that.
And what is the significance of the existence of 3 clocks regarding different times that may show up within these records?
Sure. Well, app developers can access Apple program library, and they can call upon any of the clocks to use within their apps.
Okay. Now, in your investigation and examination of this case, did you find examples on this phone of different clocks being used?
So in this particular case, I had reprocessed the data with the newest version of the Axiom forensic program. It's similar to Cellbrite. There are competitors to Cellbrite, and we use both programs. And this newest version had a feature in there where you can filter for the Waze application.
That's why I think it was I believe it was Yannetti. Could have been Jackson. I think it was Yannetti. When he was crossing Garino, was asking if Axiom, because Axiom was what they were using for the extractions after the Celebrate extractions. So it's interesting. So that's why he was asking, are you aware that Axiom is a competitor of Celebrate? So he's bringing it up again.
And again, just following up and seeing how this functioned, we filtered for the Waze application. And for the first time, we saw this monotonic timestamp being related to the Waze application.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 640. If I may approach around.
So they're trying to get as precise with the time as possible. But I mean, they already destroyed
Exhibit 640 before you, sir. Do you recognize what that is?
Timeline.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the Magnet Action program I was referring to. It's the 8.1, actually it looks like 4287, but
What's up, sir?
I'm sorry. Yeah. So it's the newest version of the program, and we have it filtered for the Waze app, and it's giving us the timestamps associated with it.
With the court's permission, may I publish that?
Okay.
There we go.
So the timestamps on Waze versus the timestamps on John O'Keefe's actual cell phone.
That writing is probably too small.
Okay, thank you. I'll go off of this one.
There we go. With regard to what we are looking at there on that part of the screen, what are we looking at, Mr. Green?
Okay, so this is listing details of this particular artifact, and you can see that this is bundled. The com.waze.iPhone, that's a standard bundle type name where it always starts with com. And then the application reference.
And what does that mean? It says it's highlighted on the screen, com.waze.iPhone. What does that mean that we're in right now?
Yeah, well, this is an artifact specifically related to the Waze program.
Waze app.
Yes, sir.
All right, go on.
Okay, and we can see here our entry for the monotonic time, the baseband time, and the display time.
So the
And
three
what did you
different
notice
clocks.
about the relationship of the three of those?
Certainly. Well, most noticeable about this, the monotonic is running a little over 3 minutes ahead of the display. So that, I think it's 3 minutes and 1 second, give or take a little. So, in a lot of cases, 3 minutes may not seem like much, but in this case, this struck me as important to. Objection. We'll strike.
Sustained. I'm going to strike that. Next
Okay.
question.
I apologize.
You can hand that back to Madam Court Reporter.
But that, I mean,
And
he's
I'd
not
like to go
wrong
back
because
to-
during a big murder trial, yeah, you want to be as precise with the time as possible. So whereas the other two times, and we'll back it up just quickly on mute, you notice these are a lot closer in time than this one is. This is way, way ahead. I mean, yeah, like you said, 3 minutes doesn't seem like a big deal, but a lot can happen. A lot can happen in 3 minutes. So there is a huge discrepancy, whereas this is only off like what, by 2 milliseconds? And then like yeah. So
Yeah,
Actually, I do.
You do.
I do.
Page 2, record number 3, sir.
Yes, sir.
What does that show?
All right. Okay, so this is
And
another entry
what
from
Nicholas-
John O'Keefe's
Nicholas,
data, cell phone data,
Guarino
and this records
finds it.
25.46 meters occurring between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Okay. And directing your attention to page 5, record number 3, you can tell the jury what that shows. If we have that displayed as well, Mr. Vince?
Certainly. So this is directly related to the distance, and this is recording 36 steps, and it's the same time period, 12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Okay. So we have 36 steps being taken according to Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone for a time period that ends at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Sustained. Asked it differently, Mr. Kennedy.
With regard to those 36 steps, do we know where within that time frame they were taken?
Sure. Let me reread that here. We January 29th, 2022, 12:31:56 a.m. It's actually 12:31:56.109 a.m. and 12:32:16.507 a.m.
Okay. All right. So now I'd like to switch, if we can, to Jennifer McCabe's phone and your analysis of that. During the course of your
Maybe I'll
examination,
pop that
when you
real
reviewed data
quick.
from her phone, did you find a particular artifact?
Which again, I think this is something that Emily D. Baker brought up too, is I would have liked to have known. Like, I mean, he talked a little bit about like location data. Like, it's possible. Again, he could have been on the front lawn, getting run over by Karen Reed. We know that's not true. Just because of the mountains of evidence disproving that, but also too with the mere fact that the timeline for the Commonwealth is completely wrong. That was disproven. But he could have also been inside the Albert home, which is most likely. I mean, who else did he know on that block? Where else would he have been? Other than inside. He's not just hanging out outside in the middle of a blizzard. So now they're getting into Jen McCabe's phone.
Fact of interest.
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
Which is mainly what they
We
found.
found a Google search that happened.
They used
First of all, the search was how long to die in cold, and it happened at or before 2:27 a.m.
All right. Where was that search found?
Sure. So that the artifact on that was called a Safari Suspended Tabs artifact, and there's a database associated with that called the Browser DB database, and in a company file, which is by the same name but ends in WAL, which stands for Write Ahead Log. And the write ahead log is where the data first gets written to, and then at certain points, that data then gets committed and written to the main database.
All right. So that, if I'm correct, that browserstate.db/wall file, that's a temporary file, right?
It's temporary by nature, but it's not. It's integral. It's part of the way the SQLite functions. So it's not like a throwaway file. It's part of the way the whole system works.
And is it helpful to you when evaluating artifacts?
Certainly, yeah. Just by nature of it, we'll find a lot of the newest artifacts in that wall file.
Now, how do you determine the timing
bless you.
in terms of the timestamp on the browserstate.db wall file?
Sure. So the wall file has different rows and columns. You can kind of think of it as an Excel spreadsheet. And in this one particular column had it was a time column. That'd be the nature of the data going into it. And this the heading on this particular.
Usually when my wife's like allergic to grease, so when she eats something greasy like the pizza that I cannot wait to eat in a few minutes when I end this video, she gets a sneeze attack, and usually we count the amount of sneezes that she sneezes, and it's quite a fun game for me. Not a fun game for her.
Not one bit. Are you talking about me?
I am talking about you. I am talking about you. So your sneezes made the video. Your sneezes made the video.
Hello, crime people.
So back into Richard Green. I know right now he's talking about he's talking about like how this stuff works. It a little bit, some of it goes over my head a little bit, and just in terms of like how the technology is built, but it's important. It's important to understand how the system functions. I'm gonna zip past a little bit.
To do all those calculations, that's where we get the January 29th, 2022 at.
Now, what would you normally expect to find along with the artifact, sir?
So you'd have the date and time, the URL, which the way the URL presents itself, we know that it's a Google search, but you also see a history of other places that tab has been.
And with this particular artifact, did you learn the full internet history of websites related to that record?
No, that wasn't possible. We were only able to get the one website. I would say, I'm sorry, go ahead. Well, no, so we definitely got the one artifact, the Google search, and we have the time related to it, but we do not know everywhere else that tab had been.
What significance was there?
Which
to you
is
about the full internet history
interesting
related to that record?
because that is also what I feel like the Celebrate expert also said too. So essentially what he's saying is you open up a new tab, say at the time I'm recording this, it's 7:20 p.m. I open up a new tab. That is the timestamp that's going to be always associated with the time that I with that particular tab. It doesn't matter if I close out of it, I don't X out of it, I don't delete it. I just go into a different tab, and then I go back to that tab later, which I do all the time. It's not going to show any of those other timestamps of when I'm reopening that specific tab. So.
Well, I wanted to do a little deeper dive into that, and so I used some various other database specific tools. One was called Belkasoft X, which has an excellent database viewer in it. Sanderson Forensics, which is known to specialize in this type of work, and
ArtX?
I'm sorry?
ArtX?
You saved me. Yes, ArtX, which is a program known in the community for research tools, along with Axiom and Cellbrite, which they do have a low-level SQL viewer as well. So I looked at the data with all 5 of those tools, and I found it to be consistent amongst all the tools.
So that is interesting. I fast forward a little bit just because I'm trying to, some of the stuff is a little dense. But what I wanted to point out is like he's tested, he didn't just rely on Celebrite, he didn't just rely on Axiom, which it sounds like that's all that Nick Carino used. He used multiple softwares to see, okay, well, let me just see how consistent am I going to get different results. And across the board, it was all consistent. So
I want to get a little more context. One thing with this artifact, it is deleted. And one thing about deleted data, sometimes you get it all back, sometimes you don't, sometimes you get a fragment. Deleted data makes it very difficult to give you the whole picture of what's happening. So in this particular case, I want you to see what other artifacts were around this time as it related to web history, and particularly this
they're talking about how long to die in cold.
Database file.
And so what do you compare the 227 AM search to in order to gain more information?
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
What the information was. So what we found is that when we looked at a particular URL, a particular website that was visited, and then search using that URL, the browser state database entry is the last entry in all of that. So we could see searches, videos playing. There's an artifact called Knowledge C that records the user's activity, but the browser state is the very last entry on the items that we observed.
And did you find other examples of that you can speak to before this jury?
Yes, I believe we have one printed out there.
Okay. May I, Coach Lauren?
Yes. He's right. He's game. He's like, I know. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'll place the document before you, sir. If you could familiarize yourself with that in a couple minutes when you're done.
I have it.
What is it?
Okay, so this is another screenshot from the Axiom program. And it is showing a search that we conducted for raining men. And then it takes that search, and we have a couple different items on there. We set the date to begin in 1970 and ending in 2100. In other words, we only want to see artifacts that had dates associated with them. And then we listed them from the newest date to the oldest date. And this particular one, again, it ends up with the Safari suspended tabs artifact being the very last in the series of dates and times.
I'd like to go through that, but first I'd offer it into evidence, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Your Honor. There you go.
So yeah, this is something that Jen McCabe was testifying about, how her sister likes to do like It's Raining Men dance. really dumb. So that's what they're talking about here. They're going to publish.
Certainly. So I'm gonna switch glasses back here. Forgive me.
Do you need the light on, sir? Or are you?
No, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you much. I can certainly do this. So we are looking at here web-related history. And also, I have the filter turned on for application usage because there's some log files, sort files that the iPhone keeps track of to record user interactions, and that can give us an idea of the history as well. And then, as I mentioned, we have it filtered so that's only showing dates, the dates existed, and we took the earliest possible date to a date way in the future. And then it's listed, and next to the date and time, you'll see a little arrow, and it's skinny at the top and big at the bottom. That tells you it's going from smallest, earliest time to latest time. And this particular view is showing us the last of that series, because what's relevant and really important here is that the Safari suspended state tabs ends up being the last of the entries related to that, not one of the beginning of the entries related to that.
And what is the significance of the Safari state tab being the last entry? What does that tell you?
Yeah, well, so it tells us that internet history happened before that, and the purpose of this tab on at least this particular iPhone with this very specific iOS version is to record the state of that tab when the user left that. And the whole purpose of that is if you're on Safari, you're on a website and say you have to take a phone call or answer a text message and you navigate away from the Safari app, when you come back, it remembers where you were and allows you to pick off from there. It also allows you to hit the tab button and see what other tabs you might have open and navigate to one of those tabs.
All right, so as I see the last tab, am I correct that the time is 1:29:22, same day, at 2:27 and 38 seconds? Is that what it says on your?
I'm sorry. I'm definitely getting a pair of bifocals. I apologize here. I feel a little silly. Yes, on this particular one. So that is just moments before the Google search artifact.
The one that you previously talked about, the Hoslong to Die
Hoslang to Die in the code, yes.
But all the other history of this particular artifact was before that time, correct?
Correct.
So with regard to what that tells you about when the It's Raining Men was either searched or accessed, was that after or before 2:27 and 38 seconds?
I'm sorry, can you?
Sustained.
Okay, well, if you say it one more time.
All right, let me try and put it a different way. Given the timestamp of 2:27 and 38 seconds on January 29th for that Safari suspended state tab with the It's Raining Men, what did that tell you about the timing of when It's Raining Men was accessed by the user?
Yeah, well, so the indications would be that that tab was brought up and then went away from to do another tab. So it can happen less than a second. It doesn't take long to open up a tab and start a new tab. It can be done very quickly.
I'm not really phrasing this the right way to get what I want. What I want is the timing of the interaction with It's Raining Men by the actual iPhone user. When did that happen?
Well, certainly, all the activity that we have is all prior to the recording of that timestamp in the browser state.
All right. Now, with regard to this particular example where the browser state DB is the last entry, so the activity happened before, was that unique on this phone, or were there many examples of this?
No, I found many examples of this exact behavior.
All right. Now, given your findings in researching these issues and
I
how
think it's like
this
opening a
uses
tab,
this iPhone
opening
with this
another
iOS,
tab.
do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the timing of that search for Hoslang to Die in Cold?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to when Hoslang to Die in Cold was searched?
Objection.
Sustained. I can see you at sidebar.
Thank you.
Ugh. Seeing you a sidebar. I mean, like, yeah, we spent so much time talking about Hoslang to Die in Cold. Like, again, it's the Jen McCabe show, which she loves. So.
Do you have an opinion as to the timing of that first search?
Woo! Okay, so it seems like Yannetti might have won that one.
For Hoslang to Die in Cold?
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
That would have happened at or before January 29, 2022 at 2:27:40 a.m. in the morning.
And what's the
Boom. Richard Green just said that search happened either at or before 2:27 a.m. Hoslang to Die in Cold. The first time was not after 6 a.m. It was 2:27 or earlier. That's all we need. That's it.
Basis for your opinion.
Again, by how this particular phone operates with that exact operating system and comparing it to other data on that phone and the way it presented it out itself, it's all consistent with that search happening at or before that time.
And what opinions or conclusions did you reach regarding how, if any, how the 2:27 a.m. search was deleted?
Well, we know that that's in a deleted state. And importantly on that phone is I keep using the proverbial we. I found a lot of other that would have been used or deleted artifacts between midnight and the early mornings on January 29, 2022.
Okay. Are you aware of any internal mechanisms that could cause that deletion?
No, not in this particular case. I know no mechanism that would have done that.
And you mentioned other deletions on the phone. I want to show you what has been marked, if I may approach. MMM for identification.
Because remember, too, guys, that the Celebrate expert said, well, there's manual deletion, but then there's like a system deletion mechanism. And from what I'm understanding, him saying is, no, if it's it's deleted. Like it's removed. We can see that it's removed. There's no like, if I'm understanding that correctly, let me know what you guys think.
January 29, 2022.
Okay. Are you aware of any internal mechanisms that could cause that deletion?
No, not in this particular case. I know no mechanism that would have done that.
And you mentioned other deletions on the phone. I want to show you what has been marked.
So yeah, like it doesn't, the system just does, like the Ring camera. It's not motion censored. Like it's not like the random people popping up in the Sallyport video. Or missing. I think they said like there was like missing 45. It's something crazy. There was like a big chunk of video just missing. So it's not like that. The file, it's not gonna just randomly delete itself, is what he's saying.
May approach.
Somebody has to do
for
it.
identification.
Again, like the Axiom that processes data, and this is a this lists out a 623. This lists out a deleted call record.
Okay.
Now they're getting
Are you able
into
to see
Gemma
from that
Cave's
record
deleted
to whom
call
the call was
record.
placed?
Yeah, well, we have the number, and I won't necessarily read it out loud here, but through searching, and this is from the phone of Jennifer McCabe, but through searching for that the number, I was able to see that it went to. You want to say the name?
Sure.
Yeah, Uncle Brian A.
Okay.
From Jen McCabe, Uncle Brian A. That's also weird that you're calling him that, but okay.
Would offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
That's
Same objection as before, Your Honor. As when this was, may we approach?
Okay. Ugh. Lally.
May already be in evidence. It's one of 40. We were trying to streamline the exhibit numbers. It looks like this may are removed from where it was.
655.
Thank you. There's one final document before you. If you can identify that for the jury, please.
Yes, this is another report generated out of Cellbrite. It's based on Ms. McCabe's cell phone
So they couldn't talk about the phone call that she made to Brian Albert.
data,
Uncle Brian.
and this lists out the call log
Cringy.
with a number of deleted items and a number of live items.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
If I get to see.
Fine. It's not yet in evidence. You looked at the exhibits that were specified. So. Okay, with regard to that exhibit, Mr. Green, what did you find that was unusual, if anything?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes. What did you find of note?
Certainly. What was the time frame of the deleted records? Now, I'll just talk about this particular report here. It starts at 5:30.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yannetti.
Yes. What did you find of note?
Certainly. What was the time frame of the deleted records? Now, I'll just talk about this particular report here. It starts at 5:33:47 in the morning, and on the second page we see it ends at 8:50 and 15 seconds again a.m. And then the normal recalls, what we call live data, then begins at 8:59 and 34 seconds and goes on throughout the day with no additional deletions.
And am I right that those are all, that's the call log, those are all phone calls?
Correct. Yeah, this is the call log.
And what was the difference between the calls that were at 8:59 and after on January 29, 2022, and the calls that were before 8:50 a.m. on January 29, 2022?
Yeah, well, it's the state they were found in, deleted versus live data. Deleted data at the earlier time and live data after the 8:59:34.
What percentage of phone calls were found deleted on Jennifer McCabe's phone prior to 8:50 a.m. on January 29th?
So all right, I have to see you. Take this down for a minute, please. I have to see counsel.
Why? We spent the whole freaking Celebrate experts time going through Jen McCabe's stuff too. Why can't we go through it now with the defense's expert? It's just, it's, oh my goodness.
It's clear if you understood it. If it's not, please let me know. But I had asked you From the first recorded call there, that was listed as deleted until 8:50 a.m. or so. What percentage of calls were deleted on Jen McKay's phone
Okay,
within
so
that
you
time
won
period?
that.
Yeah, so we found no live data, so 100% of them would have been deleted.
Now, are you aware
All
of the term
calls.
spontaneous deletion?
All calls, oh yeah, spontaneous deletion. All calls before 8 a.m. were deleted. That he said 100%, right? 100% of the calls.
Recorded call there that was listed as deleted until 8:50 a.m. or so. What percentage of calls were deleted on Jen McKay's phone within that time period?
Yeah, so we found no live data, so 100% of them would have been deleted.
100% of them were deleted. Any call that she made, including those butt dials, deleted.
Now, are you aware of the term spontaneous deletion?
No, sir. I know what the individual words mean, but in relation to digital forensics, I'm not familiar with that term.
And do you have an opinion as to how those calls would have been deleted from that phone?
Those would have been user deleted.
Can I have a moment?
Sure. User deleted. So they can't just delete themselves, guys. They can't. Did you know that? That phone calls can't just randomly delete themselves. And like looking at my own phone, I have 5 voicemails now. But I have so many phone calls on my phone from like how far back? I don't even know how far back. Probably as long as I've had this phone. And I don't know anybody who deletes phone calls. I'm going back. Like since I've had this phone. Because I've only had it, I think, since 22. Since December 10th of 2022, ironically. Not one of my phone calls has been deleted. Like, because who deletes phone calls? Unless you have something to hide. They're not spontaneous. I have phone calls from 2022. So now Lally's going to get on redirect. We're going to skip through most of it.
No, sir.
Now, can a wall file contain items that are so new that they're not yet committed to the database?
Yes, sir. That's the purpose of it.
So the wall file
Talking
holds
about
the newest
wall
information.
files.
And could that have made the change ending with this deleted record?
Here we go.
I'm having a little trouble answering this. So, and I have a couple thoughts on why that may be in regards to Ms. Hyde and Ms. Whiffen. I'm happy to share those with you.
I'm not asking you anything about that, sir.
Very
What I'm
good.
asking is it possible for a change request in the wall to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously?
I want to answer your question as well as I can. So can you repeat that one more time?
Is it possible for a change request in the wall to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously?
So I'm having a little trouble answering this.
We're all having
how it's written to the
trouble.
database. And could that have made the change ending with this deleted record? Is that the question? I'm sorry. I want to answer you. I'm just a little lost on how you're asking it.
The question.
Sorry?
Do you not understand the question?
Why don't you move on?
No one understands your question, Lally. And this is like half of his cross. He just comes off
Is it
like
possible-
rude and like a bully and like just like flabbergasted. That no one knows what the heck he's trying to ask. And even the judge's like, can you just move on? Like, come on.
That the URL field, which has the website name, was updated to the newest search while the timestamp retained the original search. Is that possible?
No, not the way on this particular phone in this particular iOS, and also with the user interacted with it, that it would have been at the 227 or before. The way this very specific iOS was happening, that is consistent with all the other ones that I observed out there on the phone related to specific web searches and activity.
Is it possible that the search for How Long to Die in the Cold at 6:24 a.m. was the most recent search completed in the tab?
Okay, well, not in that tab, but I certainly agree with you that there was a second search done at around that time.
Now, is it also possible that the search that
So there was a first search. Like it didn't just magically like write itself. That's what he's saying.
you search took place at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning is the same as the search that took place at 6:24:51 a.m. for that same search?
Yeah, that's inconsistent with the actual data I'm seeing on this actual phone with this precise iOS version.
Now, as far as the search in Safari with the string, as far as the smot.apple.com included, is it
So
You recall that search as far as being a suggestion from Apple, from the iOS, as far as the search with how long to digest food?
Okay, I didn't hear your whole question, but I heard the last part about how long to digest food, so I can opine on that. So my feeling on that is when the how long to Danko was put in, that was most likely a Apple suggestion. And I've done some testing now. The time period I'm doing my testing, is after the fact that this would have actually occurred. But as I tested that on a live phone and using a Google search, I could see that how long to digest food would come up. I also noticed the specific phrase, how long does it take to die from hypothermia? So as you do this Google search, you try to repeat what's being done. Those are two suggestions that actually came up.
And so that was something that was a suggestion and not something that was actually searched, correct?
Yeah, no, I know that's different from my affidavit from about a year and a half ago, in all fairness, but
That's entirely different.
One person, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry.
One person at a time.
Okay. So, yeah, in fairness, I want to give you my best knowledge, as I understand it, saying here today, including after my review of Mr. Whiffen and Ms. Hyde's report. So I want to do everything I can to shine as much light and clarity on this as possible. So as I repeated, since that time and did the search, I would notice that is one of the things that would come up, and it would have a little picture of like a dinner plate or something like that. And there was actually a similar, if not the same picture found in the artifacts of that phone.
So just to conclude, that's not what you said in your affidavit. That was actually filed under pains and penalties of perjury with this court, correct?
Yes, and on that day, that is what my true and proper belief was. Okay, it's since further testing, I have found that I now believe that was probably an automatic one. And if I've caused you,
we're going to talk about perjury for a second. We're going to talk about freaking perjury. What about Michael Proctor saying that David Yannetti was there to subpoena his sister, Courtney? What about that? Perjury. What about Colin Albert saying he never got into a fight with anybody other than his brothers when there's filmed recordings of him getting into physical altercations? What about perjury? What about you, Lally? You said 12:45 a.m. And there's been the whole timeline, your whole timeline. So come on now. And if anything, he comes off more credible because he's saying, like, yeah, at the time I believed this, but then since then, I did more testing. You learn more. You learn more the more by doing. That was 2 years ago or a year and a half ago before that. Give me a break.
distress, I apologize.
Haven't caused me any distress.
Okay.
What I'm asking, sir, is that that's what you filed because that's what you thought at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's what he
Subsequently,
said.
you've done further testing, and that's shown that you were wrong, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according
So
to your
again,
affidavit,
he's saying that the how long to die, like from hypothermia, that was that could have been a suggested search, not a search that Jen McCabe actively made. But how long to die in cold, that is what triggered those suggestions made by Google, made by Apple. So it still doesn't disprove that she searched and delete. Like, it was searched, it was deleted. That's what it is. And that's pretty much the crux of this testimony. I'm going to stop sharing. This video is getting way too long at this point. This is like the same length as the Michael Proctor one. I thought this was going to be a lot quicker, but apologies, guys. Thanks for sticking around. Just to quickly recap, so we went through a lot of testimony. We went through the remainder of Trooper Garino. We listened to the voicemails. We got a little bit into, I think, the location data or the Apple Health data with whether or not John O'Keefe went down those 3 flights of stairs, whether or not that was able to track in steps on his Apple phone. Excuse me. Then we got into Lucky Loughran's, the Emmy's testimony on cross. She said that anything, it could have been possible. The injuries could have been from, they were from blunt force trauma. It could have been from getting into a fight. It could have been from getting hit by something. It could have been anything. It could have been. That was the gist of her testimony. Then we got into Lucky Loughran's testimony, the snowplow driver, which is super fascinating, where he testified that he did not see a body around 2:15 or 2:30. Excuse me, 3. I'm like totally timeline around 3:15, 3:30, when he was coming back down 34 Fairview on his snow plowing route. Then we heard from Dr. Murray Russell, the dog bite expert, who said, yeah, it could have been dog. I mean, in her opinion, it was caused. Those injuries on John O'Keefe's arms were from a dog bite, some kind of animal bite. It is possible. And she seemed very confident about that. Then we got into Richard Green's testimony. He is a cell phone data forensic expert that the defense has brought in. That is where the day concluded, and that's where we're wrapping up today's video. But like, what do you guys think? Did you like the change in Lally's like tone when he got to cross? He was like a totally different person, and it was just very offsetting. I don't know if that's like part of some weird strategy he has, or if he's just trying to go as hard as he can at the very end to try and save any. I guess I don't even know. Like reach for straws. It just felt like a whole lot of grasping. He seemed almost kind of rude to some of the witnesses. I get that Jackson was a little aggressive with some of his witnesses on cross, but again, that's his style, the pit bull style. That you can't play one side and then totally shift your strategy and at the very end of the game, it just kind of comes off a little bit off-putting in my opinion. But let me know what you guys think as well too. And then what do you also think about those voicemails we heard earlier? Do you think that sounded like a genuine panicked person who is just genuine panicked regarding the 911 call, that voicemail that picked up on Reed's phone that we had heard earlier testimony, but comparing that to also the series of voicemails prior to that where she was frantically calling John O'Keefe like, where the F are you? You're a pervert, etc. How did that come off to you? Do you think that proves motive? Do you think that helps the Commonwealth? Do you think it helps the defense? Let me know in the comments section below. But yeah, we're going to be probably wrapping up with this trial sometime this week. We'll be getting into closing arguments probably on Tuesday, unless the Commonwealth comes up with rebuttal witnesses. I don't see why. I mean, at this point, it's like you had your experts and they were supposed to be I feel like you have to bring in additional experts to further support your theory. Then I just feel like that makes you look worse. Like we couldn't convince you the first time around. So like, let's try again. Let's try this thing again. So yeah, let me know what you guys think in the comments. If you like today's video, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and make sure to tell your friends too to tune in if they like talking about all things true crime and the Karen Reed trial. Again, tomorrow we will be diving into day 30, and I will see you all in the next video. All right, thanks for hanging, guys. I'm going to go eat some pizza.